Hello, hello, hello. Jostle is back into streaming. How are you guys doing? It's been a while again since um I've done serious streaming again, but we are back. Jostle is back. I just had to check that my audio is working. Great, 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 great. So exciting times getting back into the streaming and coaching. So I'm not sure if everyone knows me from before, but the plan is right now to continue with my normal trading on stream. So I'm gonna take my normal setups, my normal preparation as I would do outside of the stream. But my strategy and the way I trade is that I get only few trades a week, right? And when you get few trades a week, you really have to um, consider how you do streaming because it's not gonna be very entertaining for you guys, right? And I think streaming is a like entertainment first business in a way where I really can't expect that everyone's gonna stay and look at me while I'm staring at the charts for 4 hours and nothing is happening, right? So I really have to take an approach that's different. And my approach for my streams in the future is that I'm gonna um, connect it with my coaching. So my old viewers probably don't even know, but I've done trading coaching on the side while I've been also streaming. And I want to connect the two. So I want to really be able to help new traders out and really figure out trading because I feel like in the beginning there was so much bad content on internet and like false information about trading, and a lot of people come into trading with the false expectations and they don't get the healthy habits from the beginning. So my duty and my goal as a streamer is to give that to traders, and streaming is a perfect way for me to give my teachings for free for people who are just watching my stream, you know. Because otherwise I would have to, if I take you one on one, obviously you're gonna probably get, more personally catered information. But if we are doing this on the stream, you're gonna get general good advice. It's worthwhile for you and it's also worthwhile for me. So it's a win-win situation, I believe. And I really want to have people who are watching my stream to come live on my stream and I could do live coaching for people. So, because trading is going to be a very small part of my actual stream because there's not a lot of things to do. Most of the time, I'm not going to even get a trade. Like, maybe today I might, actually, looking at the market. So, I'm always going to start out with pre market preparation. That's the foundation to what every trader should do when they start their trading day, pre market preparation. Then, after that, I'm gonna do my trade, I'm gonna trade my plan, and I'm gonna show exactly how it's gonna be done. I'm gonna follow my own advice, hopefully, and show you a great example. Then after I'm done with my trades and my preparation, then I think it's time for me to really put my attention into you guys, the viewers. So I want to help you guys learn trading and learn the real habits that create a profitable trader. That's, I think, a better way of creating entertainment rather than have me take random trades that do not make sense. So that's what I'm gonna do. But yeah, let's swap to the market itself. I'm gonna do my pre-market preparation here as always, and we have to open TPO, time price opportunity, and this is where I always start my pre-market preparation. Let me get my pen tool and see if it's working. It's working perfect. So let's remove the drawing so we can do our preparation. So first we are gonna look at the general market and how it's looking. So right now we are outside of the previous day's range. Okay, so that already tells me we are, pre-market is bullish. And then we look at yesterday's profile. It was very balanced profile, but we closed at the highs of the session. So we ignored this value here. We pushed away from value, and we are looking for new value. So 2 bullish signs out of the open. Well, my strategy revolves around trading back to value. And yesterday's previous value is here, and I'm looking to trade back to it. But right now we are gapping up, so that takes away from the trade a little bit. What I would have preferred, if we are in a perfect world, we would open below this specific level, because then I could look for a push and pull into previous close. But today it's looking like it's not gonna be possible for me. We do not have any levels above either, because we are at the all-time highs. So again, 3 out of 3 bullish. I don't like today's setup too much. I looked at the setup earlier already, before we went on the stream like an hour ago, and it's not gonna be the best thing ever, right? But first I want to measure what the size of the gap is with my measurement tool. So 0.15%. That's still a decent win rate. And what I do based on my back tests, I've pretty much back tested all these gaps and how they interact with each other in different type of situations. And you can't see it, but I do have my backtest open on one other screen. And I give it a score out of 100. So from 0 to 100, I give it a score. Obviously, I don't trade the 0 scores, so usually you won't hear me talking about very, very low scores. But today we are sitting at 68 out of 100. 68 out of 100. I'm trying to find the... Oh yeah. Text tool. Here it is. Let's put a... So we have a setup that's 65 out of 100. So it's still... Usually when the score is above... Why can't I... Out of... Usually, when I'm playing these setups, I would like to have some reference where I'm trying to enter, but here I don't really have any references. The only good thing I'm seeing on this specific trade is that we have single prints here. So because we have single prints, which is a level that the market has fairly fast passed, and it's also a bullish sign, but it's usually also a magnet. So we are looking to trade back to the singles. So we do have one magnet below that I think could get taken out in the session. So that's the only good thing that supports also my backtest of 68 out of 100. I'm still gonna try this setup if we get really good price action confirmation, but I'm not gonna be like a very greedy trader today. And we could very well have just a trend day upwards. Very well. It's looking very bullish. So if it looks bullish, I'm not gonna force it in any way. So something like this is what I would imagine, if I try to get this trade. This is one possibility of what could happen today. The other one that I see happening is that we drop down, we take these single prints, and then we open up and trend up. I think these are very possible things that could happen today. I I'm actually maybe even thinking that we could have a balanced day because we don't really have any huge news today, just minor ones. And today is a huge news day, so I'm not expecting a huge volatility session because the market is still waiting for tomorrow's news. That's at least something that usually happens, is that when we have news the next day, there's a higher probability that it's gonna be a little bit slower. So yeah, let's see here. Let's see here on the other markets. This is NQ, by the way. I meant the ES, but the same preparation still works for both markets, so no worries there. It's pretty much 1-to-1. Pretty much 1-to-1 here on ES and NQ. Let's look at YM. YM is pretty much the same. Let's take the ruler here so we can check what type of gap we have. We have a 0.5% gap in YM, and then obviously I have to go to my cheat sheet to see the exact probability of this specific setup. And I should trade this setup today. We do have a 59 out of 100 score, so still a very, very possible setup on this specific day. I don't know, I have the American keyboard, I think, on the... Oh yeah, that's why the typing was wrong. Alright. So let's put it on YM. We will take our balloon again, and we will call out our possibility today, and it's gonna be a... what was it? A 59 out of 100. So ES is the best setup today, and then YM still edge, but nothing to really brag about. Let's remove the drawings here. Okay, actually I like RTY quite a lot. So here we have a better gap to settle because we are actually in balance also, and we are inside of the previous day's range. So I would have to pick my list again, and then we're gonna look a bit at tools. We're gonna take the ruler, and we're gonna see what type of gap we have. A 0.26% gap, and that means we have a 80 out of 100. So let's take the balloon again and put it here. 80 out of 100. So we clearly have one market that's producing the best setup today, and that's our RTY market, and that's what we're gonna probably be focused on today. It's a little bit awkward with the multiple monitors. I have so many monitors, it's hard to have everything on the right screen at the right time because I'm only showing one, but I'm obviously looking at 5 different monitors, so there's a lot of things to get used to here. When I used to stream before, I didn't have as many. I believe I had 2 when I was active. So, still things to improve on and get used to. Open my phone and check a thing, but yeah, we're gonna look at the RTY a little bit, and then also we're gonna look at the news before we actually start trading. Before we start trading, take a sip here. Thank you very much. All right, let's finish our preparation on RTY. So I feel like these singles are quite clean. Obviously, this is like overnight singles, so it's not as great as like an RTH session would be. We do have singles here, but this is quite far away. It is very possible that we run like this, but I give it a lower probability. So either we run these singles and reject into the previous close of yesterday. We could even do an extension. So we have two possibilities. We could run this one or this one. That's what I'm seeing here. If we're gonna continue and run this poor overnight high, I believe it's also possible that we do something like this, where we run the overnight high, also the peak close at the same time, and because we have a lot of rejection here, look at this overnight level. How did it react at the highs here? Very aggressive rejection, so it looks like a good top to me. It looks like a proper downside reaction on the RTY. So very possible that we just start falling back and we take these levels and then we find balance down here at these specific levels. But obviously we have news tomorrow, so everything's still possible, and we have no clue what's gonna happen. But RTY looking like a great trade today, and that's what we're gonna focus on, because you really have to, you know, pick your best setups and just focus on the better ones. Obviously, if I would have to choose one market that I'm good at, it's gonna be the S&P ES. Obviously, that's my bread and butter. That's the market I'm the most comfortable with. So even if it has a lower score, I'm still looking at ES with very close eyes. But yeah, YM I'm gonna ignore today. The gap is too big. It's too bullish. We're gonna look at RTY and ES just because it's comfort. If RTY gives me a very nice reaction, because I'm still looking at it on another screen, then I might have to change my mind a little bit. But otherwise, you know, anything could really happen. Trying to get the YM to fit on my screen. When you're streaming, you really need like 5 million screens when you're trading. I have to change my setup up a little bit. Have to figure this out the next stream. All right, well, let's go and open TradingView. The economic calendar, I hope you can see it. Yes, you can. I already confirmed that. So. As you can see, we have pretty much no news besides the CB consumer confidence at 16. So that would be, I believe, 9 o'clock in the US. Yeah, 9 o'clock in the US. So not a really huge news announcement. It's 30 minutes after the open. I don't really care about it too much. I'm gonna still, you know, remember it and remind myself that there's gonna be a news event. And, you know, I'm not gonna take an entry into that event, but there's probably not gonna be a huge reaction to it. So yeah, we have a very slow news day today. Not really like any news that are of very high importance. And that's fine. I sometimes like these type of days. Tomorrow is gonna be a huge day, because we have the interest rate decision and then we have the press conference. And yeah, a lot of volatility tomorrow in Wednesday. But today, I'm expecting a slower day. The overnight ranges were also quite slow, so I think it's very plausible that today's gonna be a little bit slower, not like huge trends or anything like that. That the pre-market prep. Damn, I feel like a rapper. But yeah, RTY and ES gonna be the play today. Still looking at YM. YM has for sure the best risk to reward ratio, but I'm for sure more interested in RTY and ES. RTY is the only market that's actually opening inside of the previous day's range, and if you don't know, that's something that usually increases the chance of today as well being, you know, inside of the previous day as well. So usually balance follows balance, and we like to at least come back to the last day's previous close. So that's something I'm looking for. But the open will really open up the session, and that's where we will get more information on what's going on. But yeah, let's change it to the PA account. So yeah, on the streams, I'm gonna not run a live account. I'm gonna run a PA account on Apex. So it's a prop account with still real money in play, but it's in a simulated environment. I believe. Well, we can look at the account or whatever. We are up 2.5k on this specific account right now. So doing all right. I think I've had this for like 20 trading days or something. So about a month on this PA account. But yeah, I'm gonna stay on the props on the stream, and then I'm also trading DAX, and that's something I'm trading on my personal account in the morning if I have time. But yeah, I feel like the prop account is quite good for streaming, and it's still real money because it's a performance account. So it's more realistic for the viewers as well, and you can still see I'm making money around here. All right, 8 minutes until the open. See if I have something to drink here. Looking quite bad, this one. Dripping slowly. What do you think, chat? Should I put some music on? If you have someone who actually wants coaching today, let me know, okay? I want to know a little bit ahead of time, obviously. This is the first stream when I'm back, and I still haven't recruited because I have people I'm coaching and who would probably be very happy to be on stream, but I haven't had the time to yet, do that. So hopefully I can get that done for the next few streams. And yeah, I'm planning to do a giveaway as well of my coaching. So at least in the beginning, few coaching lessons, whoever is interested. And then I might even do a bigger giveaway of my 3-month mentorship plan later on. But that really depends. It's a very intensive course, or not a course, but a mentorship. So it takes a lot of time from me to get it running. So I still have to think about it if I want to make that commitment. But if we start streaming more and more, 100% a possibility. 100% a possibility. Should I put some music on? Is the question. Should I put some music on? I suppose we could put some music on, right? We have some time here, so why the hell not? Let's see how we do this. Audio output capture, maybe add existing. Okay, now I should have music. Let's put some copyrighted, right-free music, maybe rock or something. Maybe just free, like chill music. Because I think in trading you need, to calm your nerves and be chill, meditation, stuff like that. So we're gonna put on some chill music. Let's see. Maybe you can hear it? Yes, you can. Say if it's too loud. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be too loud. And everything should be working as expected. Ooh, I can really notice that I haven't done streams in a while because my voice is I'm losing my voice a little bit, and my mouth is dry all the time. But I guess it's just a matter of getting used to it again. Matter of just getting used to it again. 5 minutes until the market opens. Nothing to do here. We can look at RTY and the might as well mark now where the single prints are ending. $8.99, $8.99. Alright. I usually have a cleaner way of doing this, but my setup is a little bit different on the stream. $8.99. There we go. There we go. I have to remove the old guides and guide properties. Let's put a yellow color. Yellow is like a danger. And single print ends. So now we know where the single print ends. So this is kind of the play we are looking at in RTY, where we would run the overnight level, take the singles, and then we get a really nice risk reward trade here to the overnight high, which is 4 overnight high and previous close of the last session. Something like this is what I'm dreaming of in the RTY market. ES and NQ and YM are a little bit different than RTY. ES is much more bullish and we have a much bigger gap. We have a gap of, well, the gap itself is not as big, but like volatility wise, yes, it's bigger, and also we are outside of the previous day's range. But on ES, you know, looking at the same type of move where we could run to the upside out of the open, you know, find nice selling and then fall down. I have to add another indicator on this specific chart because it's a little bit different on my other one. Like it's a little bit bigger as well, so it's nicer to look at. We're gonna go to studies and we're gonna add something called big trades. This way I'm seeing when we have some bigger orders in the market and I don't have to look at the DOM, but the 100 one is a little bit too high, so let's put it at 250. 250. And as you can see now, I don't have that issue anymore, which is great. And I mean great. Opening bell should go off soon. We have 1 minute left. So we will see if we are gonna get a setup here in ES and RTY was the two markets that I'm really looking forward to seeing, you know. I have so many charts open on my screens right now, but they're quite kind of small. I'm fixing these. But yeah, if you have people in the chat who have any questions regarding my pre-market preparation or just want to, you know, have help in their trading, I'm here to help new traders. That's my cause and that's why I'm doing this. I'm also doing trading coaching on the side. I have a few clients, but this is a way for me to help the community for free, and you're getting free lessons, and I'm helping people to get started on their trading journey. Because I felt like when I started that there wasn't anything like this, so I'm now trying to help new people to get started in the correct way, because you know, trading is very hard to do. It's simple, but it's very hard to do because you have to counter human psychology, and a lot of people come into it thinking that it's free money and it's gonna be a fast process, but it's gonna take honestly years for you to find profitability. And you know, I'm here to hopefully meet people who are willing to put in the work and help these people find a way to to get there faster than maybe I did. But yeah, right now we are having the open in the ES. I'm gonna put a alert here on RTY. I like to look at the footprint delta chart here that I've built for myself. Negative delta, so sellers for sure here in controlling RTY. Things could obviously change. I'm gonna just focus on ES here because we are closer to the level I'm looking for. YM already tested the overnight high. You can look at YM as well. Tested the overnight high, but it's a poor high, so it's gonna probably run that again. But yeah, we have ES on our eyes here, and what we want to see is this specific move rejection into the red line here, which is yesterday's close price. But now it's just time to wait. We have nothing to do, and this is a big part of trading. Trading is not a party of dopamine. Trading is very, very boring when you're doing it right. You have to remember that. So patience is a big part of trading, and just waiting for the opportunity to present itself. YM is looking like it's running the overnight high quite cleanly. We have negative delta on YM's overnight high. So I'm really looking at YM here on my other chart. Really looking at YM here. I need to test my... Okay, I just had a test trade on my simulated account on YM to just see that what type of risk I would be getting into if I took this trade. It's a little bit too wide for me on the YM. But it was a very clean reaction. If I got a better price, I would probably get into it, but it was such a fast move, there was really no possibility for me to jump in on that. My risk would be way too high, and the risk reward for the real probabilities for that specific trade would be very, very bad. So if you see, like, the 1 minute candle was very aggressive, so we had a huge move out of the top here, huge rejection, and the risk reward here wouldn't be that great if you think about the win rate that I'm giving to this market today, which was quite low in the 59s out of 100. Not percent, but 59 out of 100 type of setup. So just barely profitable setup. I don't really want to have this type of risk reward. I want a better entry on this specific market. You could see on the footprint chart that there was a lot of selling up here at these specific levels in the YM, and it looked like a telegraphed high. But for now, I don't see anything that I can be happy with entering on. But you always get second chances, you know, in trading. So even if you miss an entry, the YM could still give me an opportunity to do something. But yeah, the RTY play is now hopefully online, where we move into these single prints and then we do something like this. And this gives really good risk reward ratio. It's gonna be a huge move though, so we kinda need some volatility to help us here. But for now, all the markets are moving to the downside a little bit. Looking like a bearish opening. Bearish opening. Why? I'm gonna go back to YM here. And We're gonna trash this. I might take a re-entry on this bounce here. We missed the first one, but we could re-enter here at these specific levels if we see this, and we could actually have a much tighter stop loss on YM. What? Oh yeah, I'm on the. Ooh, I almost took a big contract entry. I'm actually gonna enter here first with 1, and then if I get confirmation, I will enter with 4 more. But I want to see confirmation here first. Move back to my entry and I enter with 4. Oh, my screen is gonna turn off. It doesn't want to drop below the 48,000. Oh yeah, I don't have my bracket orders either. Bad. Well, I'm only with 1 contract, so I can scratch this one whenever I want. So mechanical issues here. I guess this is what you get when you're streaming. It takes a little while to get all the settings right. I'm gonna put my stop here now. Oh, I still have the brackets on. Well, I'm gonna take the entry with 4 anyways. Four anyways. Put my stop loss here. 4, 5. Should have had my bracket orders in. So here you can see better. I went short. I'm just doing a very big risk reward play here, so like a very tight one. And then I'm putting my another stop order here for 5. We are in now for 5 contracts. You can see we had the perfect top reaction here. We ran the overnight high. We got a nice reaction. And I kind of missed it, but I let it rebounce, test RTH VWAP and 9 EMA, and now we are kind of looking like we could go there. So now what I usually do is I measure range, and this is my entry, and here is my target, and then I am allowed to add at the 50% line. At the 50% extension, I'm allowed to add. Right now, you're looking at this specific trade. I'm gonna put my display and show the P&L ladder so people can see. The risk reward on this trade is quite good, and that's why I wanted to take it. It's a very, low risk, high reward trade. You can see it's almost 5R on this specific trade. If you have any questions about the trade or why I'm taking it, let me know. Right now I'm just waiting for some structure to come in here. We don't necessarily go for the gap either, so we could get stopped out. But we are losing a very small sum, and the risk reward is just too great to pass up this opportunity, in my opinion. And also the other markets are very bearish, so it's supporting my thesis here. So let's just keep taking this YM trade. But I have to put my brackets on now, because otherwise I will forget. So instead of, relying on a very wide stop behind this high, I waited for a rebound and then took the trade on the right side of the V on this specific market. Now we're looking at the ETH VWAP, and this is where we want to start adding, but I don't want to add yet. You know, I want to wait for some type of confirmation that we're gonna continue this trend. Obviously, we are in a very strong downtrend, down move right now, but we have to be patient. We can't go on and do things too early, prematurely. But for now, yeah, the entry was great, right? So in trading, when you're trading, you can do one thing right, and that's the entry, right? And after that, you don't know what's gonna happen. But if it moves in favor, you know your entry was great. And it's a part of my plan, so everything's aligning. This is the best I can do, and now it's just time for me to wait and execute accordingly. And we're waiting for the 50% line to get hit, and after that I'm allowed to add. But I want to see some structure here unfolding first before I would blindly add. And because I think it's very risky to add into the VWAP, right? I think it's very risky to add into the VWAP. If you just had like a normal position where, you know, we had a big flow downwards and I wouldn't have to add into VWAP, I would probably add, but here we are in a position where it doesn't really make sense. I'm sorry for that. Yeah, for sure, risk reward is great. Still, expectancy-wise, a profitable setup. So hopefully we can get a good add here for 5 contracts. So we would add double the size, but I want to see first some type of confirmation for my add here. And right now we are in a very strong downwards trend, but I don't want to add into ETH VWAP because we could very well have bulls here at ETH VWAP catching this move and trying to go long, because we are still in a bullish market move. Most markets are trading at the RTH, you know, I mean the all-time highs, so it doesn't really make sense to you know, be too short-sided. So you want to be careful, and that's why I'm keeping every possibility open in my mind, right? Well, we're just waiting to see what the trade is gonna do. You never know. You never know, but the entry was great. The patience was great. We accepted our fate here at this move, that we can't really enter into a move like this. Very volatile, big move. It was a nice reaction from this level, but we accepted that the risk reward is just not gonna be there. You know, the risk reward would be something like this, and I don't like that on this specific probability trade. But now we have a really good risk reward ratio, right? And you know, even with a you know 30% win rate, we would still end up making money with this type of risk reward ratio. Obviously, it's in my mind the possibility is higher than that, but even, you know, in a 50-50 environment, this is a perfect one, right, in my mind. But we get so it's not worth it anymore at this specific point. Like, if I entered here, I don't really like it too much. It's too much risk, at least with this size. I would have to size down, and then I don't like the reward compared to what I'm getting. But yeah, right now we are getting into the ETH level. Looking at the S&P ES is really close to the gap settling. We didn't quite get the overnight high level tested on ES, which is of shame, because looks like ES would have been the first one to hit its target. But we are waiting for YM to do its thing, and hopefully YM will deliver. Do we have any traders in the chat right now? If we do, let me know, and I'll really love to talk with someone. Sometimes it's a little bit lonely to stream, you know, you're talking yourself while it's going like this, but no one's giving you a reply. That's all fine. I'm just talking about my trade and what's going on in the market. Right now we are testing the ETH VWAP, and we just are shy of my 50% line where I'm actually allowed to add. But right now, I don't see an opportunity for an add or tightening my stop either. So this is probably gonna be the only trade today. By the look of things, ES already did its thing. RTY might give us the possibility, but we are so far away. And with this volatility, getting a target like this would be quite unrealistic in my mind. So yeah, if we had more volatility, sure. But right now, I think the YM trade is gonna be the only trade today. It was the cleanest. It ran the level properly. If you look at the PNF chart, like you had so much selling here at this specific level. The delta was just screaming down. So obviously you can't always trust delta 1-to-1, and it's not always accurate. You can't like blindly trust it, but when you combine that with the price action of running a level like that, that's obvious. Obviously gonna have like people having their stops and it's a poor high. It's like a magnet and people want to take it out. So like after I saw that and we transferred into big selling, it just made sense to me to look for a short, but we didn't quite get the perfect opportunity before this. And then we waited a little bit and we got it. And yeah, in trading, patience is a virtue, so something you should really think about is that be fine with losing out on a trade. Like if you're gonna miss a trade, be fine with it. It's fine. There's no downside in missing a trade. You can always take a next trade the next day or even the same session. So don't really worry about that. Alright, right now we are hitting the 50% line and I would be able to add here if I personally wanted to. But in my opinion, this is a level where we would start looking for a pullback as well, or expecting some type of pullback. This is like a huge move to the downside right now. So I kind of want to see a pullback, a continuation of the trend, and then clear structure where we can actually place or stop if we need to. Because it could very well do something like this. Like this is very possible. I'm not saying it's gonna happen necessarily, but I think this is very possible. So what I want to see here is a move to the downside, and then we break this low here, and I could maybe put my stop somewhere here or behind the RTH VWAP or wherever it makes sense. But I'm looking for an add, and I want to manage my risk here. I want to get a bigger winner, possibly, and not trust it to go to goal. But when I win big, and when I lose small. And that's how you do it as a trader. Patience, win big, lose small. It's the 80-20 rule. 20% of your winners make up the 80% of your profits, and that's how I think. But I'm not gonna add into a straight line down here because we don't have the classic volatile drop of price that we do have in ES. In ES, in fact, we do have that. If you're looking at the ES, like look at how we are dropping in ES. It's like an aggressive sell-off here in the ES market, which is kind of interesting because we do have like big news tomorrow. So interesting to see still like decent moves like this. I was expecting more of a, 10 point, 15 point IB. But maybe, we have some volatility in the market still, which is, a trader's best friend. Because if we have no volatility, we have no moves. But right now, yeah, we are looking at the market moving down. There's really nothing to do here. We're just waiting for the trade to work. And I'm looking for an add. I'm now allowed to add if I want to, but I'm still waiting because there's no structure or nothing that's telling me that I should add. We still do have some negative delta here. If we look at it, like all these footprint chart, PNF bars, or whatever you want to call them, seem to show more selling. So we're still gonna keep on waiting because we do have some sellers, but we are not gonna blindly trust the market to do what we want, and we want to add at some point. But I want to see a proper pullback if we're gonna add. Then if we were in ES, I would 100% add at the 50% line instantly, because this is a very different type of selling to what YM is. YM is doing like a slow grind down. It's not necessarily a bad thing, but a slow grind, I think it's less likely to not have a pullback. Whereas ES was like aggressively selling, and you know, I think that's the higher probability add if I would add into this market. But yeah, right now we are looking like $300 in the money. Obviously, you never get the money before the trade is over, so it's imaginary money. This is imaginary money. Don't think about, you know, you never win before you actually win. So we have to be patient, wait for a little bit, and hopefully we can make some happen here. Looking at the other screens as well, just in case we see any other setups on other markets. Looking like there's not something like that. We have a poor low here in ES, so ES has a nice continuation play to the downside. I would bet that ES maybe wants to take the overnight low at some point, but looks like, well, it wasn't the cleanest reaction on ES. Like, I don't like the reaction. I would never want to enter on this specific trade, even if I was looking for a trade like this on the ES, but I would never want to do that on ES specifically into a move like this. I don't think this move is clean. YM gave the much more cleaner move, but ES got there before. Sometimes you get, it's funny how it works. Sometimes even the unclean moves are, you know, the better play on that specific day, but you can't think like that ever, you know. The market sometimes just does things that are out of the ordinary, or like, you know, so you just have to put your money where you think the best probability is gonna be, and that's YM. Obviously ES hit it before today, but that doesn't mean that I was, you know, wrong in the long term in that specific instance, and I would always take this YM trade over the ES one. But alright, now we are getting kinda a pullback here on YM, kinda expected, and now we are looking to put our holster, or, you know, we take our gun out of the holster and we are ready to start adding a little bit, shooting away. But first we have to wait for a rotation, and we're gonna look at the PNF chart here. We are rotating back now. We moved in favor and now we're rotating back quite fast, giving away some profits here. And as I said, this is a very possible situation where we move back and have a pullback, and that's why I don't want to add into the ETH VWAP ever like this, because I know there's a very high probability of something like this happening. So we're saving ourselves from, you know, we could even go here, like we could get stopped out here. It's always possible, but yeah, something I'm expecting is that we maybe pull back, break this, nice add, take the previous close, and then we get very nice tight risk with huge upside but very small downside. But yeah, for now we're just waiting. We are just waiting for the trade to play out in the way that I planned, so we're not gonna change anything. Not gonna change anything. In a specific instance like this where the market moves against you and you're already in a trade that's, you know, making profits, you shouldn't ever feel scared or, you know, feel like your profits are gonna wash away. No. You already got the move. You did the work. Now you just trust the plan playing out. It's a very newbie mistake to start taking off your trade here and not trusting your plan just because it's moving against you. It's still working until it doesn't, you know. So we don't have any structure here telling me that, hey, we are making a, you know, lower, higher high. There's no structure, it's just a straight line down. We have to wait for something to tell us that, okay, maybe it's not gonna work. But right now it's just a V. And I said we could easily move back to these highs where I have my stop. And honestly, I'm totally fine with that. It's a great risk to reward trade here. So we're just gonna stick to it. But if we want to make great money today, this is what we want to see. A pullback. The pullback was what I was waiting for, and now let's make a lower low. If we can make a lower low, I can tighten my risk, get much higher probability on the trade itself. And oh boy, here we get a news announcement. And it could change up things, but yeah, we want to run this RTH, so let's see what happens here. I'm still gonna watch this trade to the end. We have a big order on ES at these specific levels. You can see a huge order, 1330 lot buy order into the news here. That was a much bigger move than I expected from this specific trade. Very interesting. Or I mean from this specific news announcement. Wait, that wasn't even a news announcement. There's still 3 minutes. What? That was just a random big order coming in. I thought it was the 16:00 news. The 10 a.m. news, I believe, in the US. What news was it again? I have to check. It was like a CB consumer confidence numbers, like minor news, not something I really care about. If it was like a huge, like very huge news announcement, like, you know, what would we say, like inflation or interest rate, NFP, then I would, you know, think about my risk more and like, should I hold my trade? Should I look for a re-entry, if like take my money away and then look for a re-entry later? But in this specific instance, I don't think it's necessary. I don't think it's necessary at all. But yeah, right now we had a nice VWAP. Run of the VWAP, and now I really want to see price closing below the 9 EMA again. We're gonna continue the downtrend. That's what I want to see. What I want to see. What I want to see for sure. Still no reason for me to move my stop or anything like that. I never move it before I add. I want to see the add first. And we want to see the lower low. And once we see a lower low, then this guy here is gonna add into his position and hopefully get some more money in. Well, we're just waiting for this trade to work out. I do like the selling here. Nice negative delta. That big order got stuck on ES as well. Supporting our cause. News announcement in 30 seconds. But a minor one. But you know, you can always get a reaction out of it. Who knows? Sometimes you get random reactions out of these smaller news announcements, so still keeping my eyes wide open. For sure, much less liquidity on the market right now, much thinner order book for the news, and now we get the news announcement, and really not a lot happening. Very thin on the ask side. Now we're seeing some orders coming in. Nothing really happened. Yeah, sometimes you get a reaction from this, but this wasn't like a huge volatile reaction. I mean, you could see that the order book was much thinner. For sure it was. But didn't really change the way or of the trade or anything like that. So, but yeah, we're looking for a lower low. We're looking for confirmation of the trend continuing to the downside. And if that's the case, we're gonna add with 5 contracts more, so we're gonna be 10 contracts in on this specific trade. 10 contracts. Imagine. Oh wait, I have to put this into wrong. I always use my bracket, so it's a little long. Oh, what? I actually... Well, I scaled there by mistake. I don't know what I'm doing. Well, it could have been a good scale. I'm still in with 3. I'm gonna add here if we move back to the... Move back to the level, but right now we are pulling back above the 9 EMA. We scaled there by mistake. I wasn't supposed to scale there, so that's totally on me. Totally on me. Damn, I'm making a lot of mistakes here on the stream. It's a little bit awkward. Like I haven't used my platform before. Yeah, I always have my bracket orders, but I forgot to add my bracket order or put it on for the specific trade, right? Now we have the bracket orders here. Now we're like a normal trade again. We might actually make a little bit more now because of that if we get the trade working, but we'll see, we'll see. I want to see a lower low here. Let's look at the PNF chart. ES is very choppy. ES is so choppy. Look at this. We had this huge move to the downside, then we had a huge move to the upside. We ran back, and now we're like in super chop mode. Like going back and forth, nothing really happening. Nothing really happening. We're still in our YM trade. Everything's still looking quite normal. We got it fixed a little bit. Got it fixed a little bit. Now we have our bracket orders like we should normally have. Now trade moving back to the RTH VWAP. Yep, we're just waiting for hopefully a move to the downside. Let's see how many points we can capture if we add from these lows. So we're getting like under 6 points more of wiggle room if we get the add on. And oh boy, that would be a nice trade. As I already said, the risk reward on this trade is immaculate. I'm not sure if that's the correct word in this situation, but would be really good for sure. ES is testing the ETH VWAP again as well, and so is RTY as well. As you can see here, we had a big buy order here at the bottom, and now it's looking like it's moving in favor of the buy order. Very interesting. But I'm still looking for the downside move on the YM. I think the gap has a quite decent probability already after this specific move to close itself. So we're just waiting for a lower low. If there's anything we have to learn from this session is remember to put the brackets order in. Even if there was no mistake there, but it's always annoying when you don't get the bracket orders. You have to start playing with your orders, and when you're adding, it's not as clean. So just having those bracket orders there makes everything much easier. But yeah, right now it's moving in the favor. Pretty much the only trade we were looking for, or we were looking for other trades in the other markets as well, but this one was the one that presented itself today. And yeah, something like this. I want to see this level broken here. We want to see a lower low, and if we make a lower low here, I'm gonna add. Obviously, it's very possible that we move back and I get stopped out, but the risk reward here is amazing, and our entry was perfect. Now we just want to wait and see. You know, the entry is the most important part. That's your execution. You check and see if you're following your rules. I filled every rule and every criteria for an entry, and now we just wait and see what's gonna happen. Yes, it's very violent. We had like a second retest of the ETH. But the YM trade, yeah, we are still looking at this red line here, which is yesterday's close price. And that's the target of today. But I'm looking to add into my position and then moving my stop loss downwards in case we break that low, because then it's a higher probability that we're just gonna do another leg down, right? And higher probability, I get a bigger winner, and then obviously I'm not expecting, or you know, expecting something. I think it's stupid to hold your stop in the initial spot once it moves in your favor. So just dragging your stop down, the risk is pretty much the same, but you get much bigger profits and on a higher probability. And it makes so much sense, at least for the type of trading I'm doing, to do that specific move. But yeah, if someone has any questions about what I'm doing or what my tools are or anything, just let me know. If you want to do some coaching after this trade, because this is gonna be the only trade today, the only setup that's left and hasn't done its thing yet. RTY had a possible setup, but I already looked at it. It's not gonna happen today, in my opinion. It's too wide of a move that should happen, and we got this one, so I'm happy with this one. I'm not gonna start looking into other setups. But yeah, if you guys have any questions about what I'm doing, or want to be in a coaching segment later on, let me know and we'll try to set that up. But right now, we're just waiting for a lower low to happen, or then we could get stopped out. But you know, the entry is the most important part, and after that, it's random. The market has a lot of random elements into it, and you can't ever know what's gonna happen. But once you're in your entry and you had a plan, follow your plan. It's simple, but it's so hard to do, to follow your plan. You know? Just get a trade or a system where you know exactly what you're doing in every step of that specific trade. Like I'm doing here. You know, I had my run, as if you were here and I showed you my pre-market plan, this was exactly the move I was looking into my pre-market plan. We ran the overnight high, and we had like a stop run-esque move with a lot of selling delta on my PNF chart, right? So, and we even got much better risk reward because we waited for a pullback and then rejection of the RTH VWAP, which gives us much better risk reward, and we don't have to have as wide of a stop. So, realistically, a very good patient entry. And I know, statistically speaking, we have a great chance at hitting the peak lows today. We gave it a 59 out of 100. It's not like the biggest chance, but it's around 50% anyways. And with this risk reward, a 50-50 trade is amazing. Amazing. And if you can add into this and get the gap to sell trade, I'm pretty much gonna pay for my whole week's trade with one trade. And that's how it goes. Right now, if you're looking at the PA account, Someone's calling me. So we are up about 2.5k on the PA account, on the Apex account. So I'm trading a funded account, so I'm funded on this Apex account. I've traded this funded one for what, 20 days? About a month. And yeah, this is the account I'm gonna be trading on stream on. But you know, I'm still applying the same techniques I would when I'm trading my live account as well. Nothing's different. I'm doing the exact same thing. And you know, it's still real money in a sense where I can take payouts. I could take, you know, a payout right now if I wanted to. But it's less pressure on me. And you know, on stream there's always things, you know, I'm talking with chat and I'm doing different things. So it's nice to have not your own money being risked in a way. At least when you're streaming. And then when I trade off stream, I can focus on my own PNL. And yeah, it's not as pressurized, but I know I can give a lot of value to people watching, because I know this trade that I'm doing has so many important things, you know, a new trader can learn. You know, we have patience, we have adding, we have risk management with the trailing stop thing that I'm doing. We have statistical edge, so I know that I have a statistical edge on this specific day, and everyone should have statistical edge. If you don't know that you have statistical edge, you're just a gambler. You know, a casino, when someone comes into the casino, has a statistical edge every time you're playing in the casino. You know, if you come to the blackjack table and you have the house has a 2% edge, they are gonna end up winning after 1,000, you know, or 1,000, you know, hands or 10,000 hands. They're always gonna be on top. So what's the most important thing a casino should do? Well, obviously limit their downside, and you know, that way they can't go out of business, because they know they're gonna make money, you know, when you get more hands. But you can always lose a few hands here and there, and that doesn't really affect their business. They know it, but traders do not know that. Traders think that every trade is winnable, which is so completely wrong. So completely wrong. You don't have to win every trade. And you know, after 100 trades, you're gonna prove your concept. It doesn't even have to be 100 trade, but you have to know your statistics. You have to know, you know, you have to have some type of back test where you know that, okay, I know that this strategy is producing at least in a simulated or, you know, a coded environment. And then once you know that, then you can trade it over and over again. There's a lot of ways to do backtesting. You can use Excel, you can use just looking at the charts, you can use replay trading, coding, you know, the world's the limit. You know, you have even AIs nowadays. Just use an AI. And if anyone needs help with this, I can always, you know, help with backtesting and show people how to do it properly. Just let me know if there's someone who's interested in this topic, and I'll open it more. But you have to know statistical edge before you can be a professional day trader, because otherwise you don't have an edge. And then when you combine everything, then you make something beautiful. Well, now this trade has become much more boring, and this is trading. You know, you're just waiting here, you're looking at the market and waiting for the thing that you want to happen. As in our pre-market preparation, we expected a move up and then down. That was our scenario 1, and that's kind of what we are getting. But we haven't still yet taken this level, and I'm waiting for that. But what I want to see is a lower low here. I would add into this position, increase my profits if we hit target, and then trail my stop down to this specific level. Because if we break this low and make a higher high, then in my opinion it's looking very bad for the chance of this trade working out. Or at least then we are out of the selling momentum. So I want to be on the side of the momentum. Right now we have selling momentum, we are making lower lows. Let's do more lower lows, right? But if that momentum runs out, there's no logic for me to stay in the trade and just pray for the target to get hit. You know, the target could get hit, but that doesn't matter. You know, you can't be a trader that hopes, right? there is no hope in trading. You just do and execute exactly as you know your edge works, and then you get your profits and your payout eventually. But you know, it's like a coin flip. You can't hit the same side of the coin all the time. You're gonna eventually have losers, and you know, my win rate is a little bit under 50%. You know, I'm looking at a like 47% win rate on my trading journal right now, and that doesn't mean that I'm a bad trader. I'm a hugely profitable trader, even with, you know, a sub 50% win rate, because my risk reward, look, I win 4.8 times more than I would lose. And if we break a lower low here, I'm gonna push that even more. We're gonna get even a better risk reward ratio with a higher probability. That's my logic behind trading, and I think a lot of new traders and even experienced traders could use and take some learnings from that. Yeah, we're just rambling because there's nothing to do here. I could put my glasses on because I know for a fact that if I stare at the screen too much, I have like blue light glasses, you can maybe see. If I stare too much at the screen, my eyes are gonna hurt the next day when I wake up. I have like an eye injury that's like old thing, but for some reason, I always get a sore eye on the eye that I hurt before. If I don't use the blue light glasses, and I forget to use them a lot, and then I regret it the next day. But yeah, right now, very choppy. Nothing really going on. Nothing really going on here. The price action on ES looks hideous. Look at this price action on ES. How hideous is this? Look. I know a lot of people are losing money in this price action because it's doing this. People are trying to predict long, short, long, short, long, short, long, short. They're getting chopped up. A lot of losing traders here in this specific area right now on ES. Probably the same on YM, but not in the exact same scale. Usually choppy markets like this are where people are impatient and trying to get, you know, 1,000 million entries predicting which side we are going for. Right now there is no edge to either side. Like, we could move wherever, you know. Obviously I know I have a statistical edge on my side, but looking at the price action alone, right now we're just in pure balance. Pure balance, per value, and we're just trading in between the VWAPs. So there's really nothing to do before we make a lower low, for me at least. Yep, still waiting. Still waiting, still waiting. For the world to stop hating, or how does the song go? Well, nothing interesting here. Just poor, boring price action between VWAPs. But when it opens, it's gonna open hard. You know when you have these type of ranges, once it does its thing, it's gonna do it hard. So we are probably gonna see a move to either side at some point, and it could work in our favor or it could work against us. We don't know. We don't know. In trading, you have to accept that markets are random and that they are unpredictable. It's like when you're playing poker. You know, if you have the best hand in poker, you're still gonna play it, but you don't know what the cards are gonna be on the table, right? There's always the element of randomness involved. And there's so many traders and humans and different entities who are pressing buttons. So even if you have a pattern that you're trading, that happens most of the time, you never know. You know, someone could be sick and not, you know, do the same thing as they always do, or you know, there could be like internships or people doing different things, you know, or you know, it's always gonna be a big big uncertainty in markets, if I said it correctly. Oh yeah, looking at this ES chart, I'm this is like the worst price action on ES that you could ever hope for. If I was a trader who's trading in this range, I would lose my mind. Maybe there are scalpers who could make money in this specific range on ES, but I know for a fact that a lot of people are losing a lot of money in this specific range. YM is a little bit better, but we are still ranging quite beautifully between the VWAPs here. I just want to see a lower low. I kind of want to go to P as well, but I kind of have to stay here and wait for the trade to do its thing. For the trade to do its thing. Right. Still waiting for something to happen. This is also like a reason why I feel like trading is, like for streaming purposes, so hard to do if you're a real trader. I know there's a lot of people who are not real traders and they're trading for excitement and they're, you know, scalping left and right. But like if you're really doing it properly, this is how a stream is gonna look like. Like you're gonna be in a trade for hours even, and there's gonna like nothing's gonna happen. So it's a very boring thing to look at, honestly. But I think, like, I hope I can give a value to my viewers on a different scale. Not entertainment value, but teaching value. And if we have people who really are interested in learning and, you know, building habits and proper trading skills, these are the people I want in my stream, my chat. So if you're watching and you're wondering over something or you want to learn trading, don't be scared. Ask me anything, you know? I'm always down to help people, and I do trading coaching also as a living on the side. So I do this every day for clients, and now you have the same chance for free here on YouTube. So 100%, I suggest that you do the same. Ask me questions, ask me anything, because I can help you on the journey, and I wish I had something similar when I was starting out. Because YouTube is filled with a lot of bad trading advice, and, you know, a lot of people want to sell you a dream, but trading is really hard to do, and you have to do a lot of work to make it work. But it's 100% possible. But you have to build these habits from the beginning and the get-go, so you don't have these bad habits left, and you really have to build yourself up as a person. Trading is not a technical, you know, thing. It's not something that the technique is not the most important thing in trading. It's your mentality, your habits, and how you approach it. The technical side, you know, everyone uses the same technicals anyways, right? So why are most traders not profitable if they are really good at technical reading? Well, it's probably because they lack the other side of trading, which is personal development, you know. Mastering these situations where the market is chopping and you just have your hands like this and you're waiting for the move, you know. Accepting randomness, accepting losses, not revenge trading, having risk management. On paper it sounds easy, but it's very hard to do. Very hard. I do have to take a quick pee. Be right back. Alright. I'm done peeing. That was a very fast pee. Very efficient. Very efficient pee. Right there. I'm surprised that nothing happened when I was peeing, because usually when you have to go to the toilet, the market goes crazy and starts moving. On days like these. On days like these. Alright. Still waiting for this world to stop hating. Can't find a good reason. This is my last resort. Yeah, this price action is not clean. Not clean price action. A lot of people are losing money right now. They are trying to guess where are we going. And look at this, we're just balancing a clean, small range. And I can see a lot of people being furious behind their screen right now, screaming, "Why is the market not moving?" Well, sometimes it does this. You have to just wait and find out. But yeah, I'm still expecting like a move to either side at some point. Alright, now we are moving to the break-even levels again. Break-even levels. Do we break out? No. Do we continue the uptrend? Maybe. I'm gonna hold my stop here. Still in the same spot. Nothing to do. We are not stressed at all. We're looking at the watch that's showing my heartbeat, and we are looking at a heartbeat of 84 right now. So still pretty calm and collected. Calm and collected. Enjoying this beautiful price action. Right now we are kinda looking like we are breaking the RTH VWAP. Let's look at the YM BNF chart. Yeah, we start seeing positive delta. I kinda want to see the delta now shift a little bit. We made a higher high here. So hopefully we can find sellers. But right now it's not up to us anymore, you know? Like after the entry it's gonna be random and you don't really know what's gonna happen. So we're just gonna sit here and hopefully the market moves and fills the gap on YM. And we are shooting for that specific statistic. But if you make a lower low, I'm 100% gonna add. But yeah, if I added into this VWAP, I would be obviously, you know, already out of the trade. Because I would have to tighten my stop. And that's why adding is more like an art. And that's where my experience comes in, you know. Thousands of trades, you know, and adding back and forth. You learn when to add and when to not. And that's more discretionary. Then you have your trading edge, which is your entry and your rules that go into that specific entry. But then adding is more like art, you know. And that's where I allow discretion much more than I do in my other trading. Well, still waiting for this world to start hating. A great song. Yeah, I can't remember when ES has had this bad price action, but do you remember what I said pre-market prep? What did I say? Sometimes days before news announcements are very slow and what was it? Choppy. Yes, choppy. And this is exactly that. Look at this ES price action. It's so hilarious. Look, it's like you're climbing a ladder. Very funny. Back to the YMs. What is RTY doing? RTY is doing a gap close. Won't you look at that? RTY was the only market that was a long gap. The other ones had a short gap, but RTY actually ran the overnight level, and we had like a big buyer getting stuck here at this specific level. So they for sure got what they wanted. Yeah, I'm not allowed to enter at this level on RTY though, because I want to see this level first. Obviously this is a huge trend to the upside. RTY is usually a lot different from the other indices. They trade quite differently, like price action wise, and the other indices opened pretty much from all-time highs, versus RTY was still in previous balance. Very different in a way. Well, hopefully we can find an ad here that makes sense. That makes sense, or then we might get stopped out here. But that's fine also. We have no stress here on our stream. No stress. If it wants to work, it works. If it doesn't want to work, it doesn't work. That's how it goes in trading. Not the most exciting time. But trading shouldn't be exciting. That's the thing. It should be boring, and a lot of the days it's gonna be looking like this, where you're just sitting on your chair, getting a little bit drowsy and sleepy. You got your entry, it worked out. Now it's just shopping, you have no clue what it's doing. It's just jumping back and forth between balance. Just normal, boring price action. ES is actually more bearish than what YM is today. Right now, ES is trading below RTH VWAP, whereas YM is looking more bullish. So that's a shame that we missed the ES gap to sell buy. It was a very poor high on ES. It wasn't a clean reaction to it. But apparently, yeah, ES was the weaker of the two markets, but sometimes it goes that way. There was no entry signal on ES, so can't be mad about that, right? We are pretty much now where we used to have our entry. So this is our entry spot actually. We're at break even. So why I do have mine here and why it's showing negative. I scaled earlier and then I re-entered with the same size. That was just a mistake from my part on the platform side of things, because I didn't have bracket orders. So this way I got the bracket orders on my chart. So realistically, we are right now at a spot where the trade is at zero profit, zero loss. You know, because I'm up on the session $69 on the session. So yeah, $69 is like my break even. So right now we're trading like barely at break even. Break even levels. So we're losing like, if we lose this trade, we're gonna be down on the day for about $140 or something like that. So 1 hour. One hour. Do we get stopped out here? Getting very close to it. And maybe we do. Maybe it's time to say goodbye to the trade. Nothing I regret though. Everything looks really good on this trade that I did. It was a perfectly executed one, even if I lose here. No worries. ES is... Has ES stopped chopping? Are we actually moving in ES as well? I guess the bull market is continuing now, right? We're gonna go and take the IB high. A very possible thing. I see a possibility there, or then we... If we can make a lower low deal from this, would be a really nice comeback. Sometimes watching a trade is like watching your favorite sports team. You know, you're betting on your, or not necessarily betting, but you're a fan of a sports team and you want them to win, and then you're like, go Bulls. Actually got this from a friend. I think he said this once. Like he was starting out trading for the first time, and he was like, "Yeah, go Bulls, go Bulls, go Bears." When I was, you know, guiding him in the beginning, I think that was funny. But that's kind of how it is when you're watching this trade from the sidelines. But you just have to trust your team, right? And everyone knows that your home team might sometimes lose. That's how it goes. Oh. Very slow price action. The grind upwards is very slow as well, which is kinda interesting in its own way. Usually the moves to the upside are slower, and then to the downside they move. You get some volatility to the downside usually. More panic involved. ES is again going to the previous close, it looks like. YM already quite far away from it. We had a much stronger move in YM than what we did on ES. Already getting fairly close to our stop. It would be a little miracle here if this would turn around at these levels. Well, you know, everything's possible, and that's why I'm not moving my stop, because I'm accepting my fate. We didn't get the lower low, which gives me the permission to add into this trade and then moving my stop. And that's my rule. I don't move my stop before I see the ad probability playing out. In specific situations, yes. If we have like a news announcement, you have a capitulation, there's a proper reason. But here we don't have a reason. We were just shopping in between VWAP. Of course, we broke outside of VWAP. But that doesn't mean that my entry is invalid. And I've seen this many times, right? Moving the stop is never a good thing. You have to have a reason to move the stop. Not a feeling, you know? We traders, we need reasons, not feelings. Every feeling-based action you do is bad. And that goes against your... What is it called? What is the word called? It's like your... the philosophy of trading. Maybe that's the right way to say it. It goes against the philosophy of trading. A trader should not do any decisions based on his emotions, you know? And that's why trading is so hard, because when money is involved and you're scared or fearful, or you have fear of missing out, you want to get profits fast, all these emotions combined, you know, with your own ego at stake, you're pretty much gonna make mistakes 100%. And it's very hard to get yourself detached from this you, because it's a human trait. And you as a human, you're gonna be like that. You're gonna be emotional, you know, you're gonna be sad, you're gonna be fearful, you're gonna feel all these feelings and let them affect your decision making in trading. So trading is a lot about just learning to not be unhuman, not be a robot, of course, but learn to control these feelings and emotions. And I think it's such a valuable thing. And, you know, once you get these things right, it's gonna be so beneficial in your real life as well, because you're not gonna think with your emotions, you're gonna resist fast gratification. You know, there's a lot of things that I think are very harmful for human beings, because you want fast gratification, and you let your feelings take over. You know, if there's a bad thing that happens to you, and there's, you know, it's good to feel emotions, but don't let them take over yourself. You know, if something bad happens, don't let the bad thing decide who you are. No, always be in control of every situation. And that's what you learn when you become a trader. Learn to control every random thing that happens in life, you know? And that's why I think trading is like a one-to-one comparison to real life, in a sense, where if you never know what happens in life. Life is random, you know? I could die tomorrow, who knows, you know? There's always a possibility of anything happening in life. You know, there could be something bad happening tomorrow, and I can't know it today. And that's fine. Same in trading. You know, anything can happen in the market. It can go up or down. I don't know what's gonna happen. But what you can do is control the thing when it happens. You know, you can be in control, but if there's a huge news announcement and, you know, you're not in control, you're gonna lose. And the same thing happens in life when something terrible happens and you lose control, and you maybe, you know, go too deep into your sorrow, you become depressed, or you let the emotions take over. You're greedy, you know. That's why scammers or scamming works, is because they play off the greed of humans. You know, they try to scam you into like fast riches and false promises, and that's where they get you, right? And that's kind of how trading works as well, because the market is kind of trying to scam you. They are like trying to play off your emotions to get you to do the wrong thing. But once you learn self-discipline, once you learn the skills to not be emotionless, but to control your emotions, you're not gonna be a robot, but controlling them, that's when you know you're a real trader, right? And some do it better than others, but I think that's the biggest edge a trader can have. Obviously, strategy is important, and you must have a profitable strategy to make money, but people forget this thing, which is your emotions, controlling your emotions. The strategy thing, if you have a decent strategy and you can control your emotion, you're gonna be a profitable trader. But a lot of traders have profitable strategy and profitable charting skills. It's never about the technical side, really, when I'm, coaching someone. That's never the issue. It's always the emotional control, right? So if you're now listening to this and you need emotional control, or you want to learn how to become a trader, or just help on your journey, I'm here every day, 30 minutes before the market opens. And I'm here for you, And what I'm gonna do in the future is, obviously, I try to get some of my clients on this show, but also teach and, help new traders out on this journey, because it's hard, and it's hard to get stuck onto the wrong things. The emotional side of things, we as humans, we easily forget that sometimes, right? We forget our psychology. We forget that we can be in control. When something bad happens, you never say it was your fault. You blame the universe, but then you're not understanding the universe. That's how the universe works. The universe works in a random way. You can't control it, but we as people, we think we can control everything. We think we can control nature. We think we can control the what is it called, the weather, the climate. Obviously you can do things, but we can't control it. We can't control everything in life, and I think that's also an issue why people get depressed and things like that, because they dwell in something that they can't control, right? But if you let go and accept the randomness in life and control yourself emotionally when something happens, and take the best of every situation, because there is always a positive to every negative thing that happens in life, then you're on the right path in life and in trading. And that's why I love trading so much, because it's like you're learning life when you're trading. You're not just learning trading, you're learning life. And this has become my life philosophy. I didn't like to study, I didn't like to read, I didn't have a philosophy when I started trading. I didn't control my emotions. I was very bad at controlling my emotions, in fact. I had a big ego. I still probably have a little bit of an ego. Just maybe a little bit bigger, but but these things that you gain from trading are so much bigger than the money, and that really helps me also with taking losses, because I realize what I've already gained, like the biggest profit I've already made, and this is just extra. And I know the mindset you get from this, you can carry it over to anything in life and be successful. Not only trading. You can do anything. If you just put your mind into it, I think we humans, we have so much potential to do whatever we want. The sky is the limit. You just have to believe it, and then you have to also execute. You can't just talk the talk and not walk the walk. You need both. Okay, enough with the rant. I guess I went a little bit and talked about something else besides trading, but I think this is a very cool thing to talk about, and I'm really excited about it. But back to the charts. Well, I wish there was something to talk about on the charts. Right? There's really nothing happening on the charts. We have the market just moved upwards, and now we're chopping. ES is much more choppier than what YM is. We're still in the same range on ES. We can look at ES, because really there's nothing we can do here. ES is still doing pretty much the same thing. Trading in between VWAP or VWAPs and then peak lows, just in balance. A very classic balance day, where if you're just fading the edges, you would be making money. But obviously that's so easy to say in hindsight. in hindsight. But YM has been a little bit different. There hasn't been a many opportunities to trade from outside of value. I think this is probably the first times where the market has moved outside of value and actually we could find a rejection, you know, or a trade, you know, outside in. Unfortunately, I think my stop is in a spot where, you know, we could move outside of value and move back to the peak close even. But, you know, I have to accept the fact that I have to manage my risk, and I'm not gonna take a re-entry even if I have a second shot left if I want to. But, you know, after this type of day, I don't see an edge in entering anymore. There's nothing obvious happening that really tells me, okay, this is gonna be the play. Like, this is a basic balance day. Anything that can happen. We still are quite far away from the peak close now that we are close to my stop here. It really doesn't make sense to you know, do anything. So I'm just gonna save my bullets for the next day if I get stopped out. But I'm still giving it the benefit of the doubt that, yeah, we could turn here. We are very close to the upper range of the value. So in that sense, my stop is in like a okay spot, but not the greatest. Obviously, you're feeling much better if you have your stop at the IB high. But I don't think it makes sense risk reward wise to have a wide stop here. And once you decide on your risk, you never should move it. You never make it wider. Like, once you're in the trade, accept. Because we as humans, we create this false hope, you know. Okay, Mel, well, if I made it a little bit wider, maybe then it doesn't get stopped out. And that's just you talking because you don't want to lose. You don't want to accept the loss. Just have to be fine with it. Like, accept the loss and move on. Well, still trading at the same levels. 48k is the level we're looking at. Hopefully we can reject here and find a clean rejection, or then we might get stopped out and then we are done for the day. But a quite long trading session in itself, you know. We've been here for 112 minutes, so almost 2 hours soon. And yeah, it's been a, well, I'm not sure if it's been a fun stream. I'm gonna be a little bit a liar if I said that. It's been fun talking on stream. It's not been a fun trading stream because you know, obviously the price action has been quite bad, and there's not really a lot of things to talk about in the market specifically today. Like, structure wise, we have a balanced day, right? We have the statistics below that are maybe looking to get taken out, but I don't really see statistically anything that makes sense in a way to talk about. There's no poor highs, poor lows. There's no, you know, obvious magnets anywhere besides the peak close. This is everything we already talked about in the pre-market preparation, and I could talk about it 50 times in a row, right? But right now, there's really, you know, nothing special to talk about, and we have been in this trade for almost, what, hour and a half. So, we're just gonna let it do its thing. The markets are random, you can't control it. See what happens. Right now, we're a little bit up. So if it shows a negative number here for you, minus $50, I actually scaled my position, so this white line here would be where I'm like break even. So right now the trade is moving a little bit back in favor again. But it's been like this, you know, we had the big short here in the beginning. We shorted somewhere around these levels. I already pressed the X so you can't see it. Well, exactly here. I don't remember which candle it was. Probably this one. And yeah, but really nothing special happening here. Just waiting for a lower low. And if we can make a lower low, then I'm looking to add. So if you can see this white line that I have here, I can probably edit the label allowed to add. So people that are looking at the stream understand what I'm talking about. I already know myself what the line means, but you probably don't. So I'm gonna label it so you have some type of idea of what the label is meaning. So I always look for a 50% extension before I'm allowed to add, and then I tighten my risk. But right now, here was the first time I was allowed to add. But why would I ever add into VWAP, right? Why would I ever, you know, we had a downwards turn, we got the reaction here, and it moved instantly in favor. This is the place where I'm expecting a pullback if we get the pullback. I would never add here. As I already said before we even had this pullback, I said, well, at VWAP, this is where I would expect a pullback. And I'm not adding before I see a pullback into a lower low. If there was no VWAP there, or a specific level there, then I would look to add with momentum. In ES, it would have been better, because ES had a really volatile downwards turn. Versus YM was, we had the volatility in the beginning, but then after that it was slow grind. So you could already see here the low volume grind. That's not something you want to add into, because we were running out of steam, really. The volume has been pretty poor today. Like if you see after the opening, we had nice volume. I'm gonna change the color. This color is terrible. We're gonna make it a little bit fatter as well. Yeah, you can see here this volume is just purely bad. And after the first initial entry, very slow. But obviously I said this in the pre-market prep already, because we have a big news day tomorrow, right? We have the interest rate decision and the Fed conference, so it was kinda on the agenda that today is gonna be a choppy day. But statistically speaking, we are still looking at this target, which is our edge today. And we know that we have a decent shot at this specific level to get hit, but I have no clue in what way. And, you know, it necessarily doesn't even happen. There's also, it's like a 50-50 thing. So, you don't know what's gonna happen, right? But yeah, we're gonna wait for something to happen here on the specific trade. And so if we get a move like this, and now we can move and add here on this specific level, this is where I would look to add, and then hopefully get into the target of the previous close yesterday. Well, right now very slow, sluggish. Maybe I should put my show trades, and then I could put my where did the PNL go though? I put it there, right? Or did I? Oh, I didn't. Oh yeah, you have to. Oh, yes. Alright, now it looks like it wants to move back, maybe. By the grace of God himself, we might still be in this trade and have a shot at the gap. By the grace of God. Yep. Still in the trade, still a choppy session. Selling off a little bit, coming back to the RTH, VWAP, ETH VWAP just below, and we might as well just start trading in balance again. Hopefully we can run this low. And the IB low, initial balance low, the first hour's low is gonna be a nice spot to add if the market wants to drop here. But you don't know. You never know what the market is gonna give you today. But don't you like my profits today? 69. Is there a better number than 69? Maybe 420. maybe. 42069. Very funny. Yes, yes. I'm still waiting for this world to start hating. Start hating. Stop hating. Well, it's gonna be interesting to see if we bounce here at the VWAP. Do we find the buyers again? Let's look at the PNF chart a little bit. We have negative delta here. So for sure, like selling heavy. If you look at this PNF chart, if I was looking for an entry, we are very sell heavy here at this specific level. This was also, you know, outside of value. So I mean, it explains it, but for sure, looking like the sellers want to push down, which is a good sign for me specifically on this trade. And yeah, it supports my thesis again, but you never know. That's just a momentary reaction, and you can only get an advantage for a while from that. And it, you know, buyers might always come back at a lower price. But if you're looking at an entry, you know, obviously outside of value, a lot of selling pressure on the PNF chart, or volume imprint chart, or whatever you like to call it. Order flow. That's what I call it. Order flow. Well, yeah, I have specifically built that chart for myself, and you know, for the entry reasons, I've pretty much used the same layout for many years now, or a similar layout. I've always made small changes to make it a little bit better, right? But do we have any new traders in chat though? If we have, please talk to me. If you have any issues in your trading, something you want to talk about, just open up and let me know, and we can look at it together. I can review your trades, I can review your trading journal if you have one. I can help you be a better trader, right? Because I'm a trading coach. I coach traders as well. So I know what I'm talking about, and you know, I help traders and take money. You know, usually people pay me to help them. But here, when I'm now streaming, you're getting free value. Free value. Imagine. Something you would pay, you know, hundreds of dollars for, you're getting for free. And you have the chance to be pretty much one-on-one with me right now because I'm on stream. So do not waste this opportunity. You're gonna get this opportunity again. Obviously. I'm gonna do this every day now. So hopefully we can grow together as traders, human beings, and also our accounts. But yeah, this time a very different approach from what I did before when I used to stream. It's probably already like it's like 1 or 2 years ago when I used to stream like actively my trades. But that was very different because it was more entertainment. I took scalps. I was more of a scalper, so I could like entertain the stream. And yeah, I think I picked up some toxic habits from it because I tried to do something else just to entertain people on stream and get trades, because you know, this is not very entertaining. My dog is scratching herself under my table. Great, thank you, dog. But yeah, like it's very different. This is not something that gives you dopamine or excitement or entertainment. Like, I'm the entertainer here, and I'm just talking to myself. So it's very different, but hopefully someone enjoys it, and hopefully I can help someone out there. And, you know, my goal is to make this an educational platform, and I want to start taking my own clients here and educating people on trading on the stream and make it more of a show, because the trading side is very boring and I'm only taking like one to three trades a week. Like, yes, last week I believe I had one trade, or was it two? I can't remember anymore. I would have to look at my journal, but like max 2 trades last week. So most of the days I'm not even doing anything. I'm just looking at the screen and there's like nothing is happening. It's very boring for the viewers, right? Because nothing is happening. So that's why I want to do the coaching, because I know I'm a very selective trader and I don't take opportunities to just entertain my stream. That's not what I want to do, and that sets a bad example and bad habits also for myself. And you don't want to create bad habits. You want to be a patient trader who takes few trades a week, you know, or at least that's my style of trading, and I don't want to change that. But since I'm a trading coach, I want to give an opportunity for people here on YouTube who are trying to learn and, you know, improve their trading. I want to give them the opportunity to get to the point where they want to be faster. Trading is a very long journey, and it's gonna probably take you a year or two to even like see consistent profitable results, and that's like in a very good case. In a very, very good case. In a very, very good case. Most people never even turn profitable. But it takes a lot of hard work, and it's not what they say it out to be. When I started, you know, there was a lot of people who were hyping trading and saying it's a very easy way of making money. A lot of big sums being thrown around, but that's not the case at all. It's the opposite. You have to put so much effort and research into what you're doing and into yourself. You have to improve yourself as a human being, and, you know, emotional control and things as such. But yeah, since I'm also coaching traders, I get paid to coach traders. You know, that's what I do as well. Besides my own trading that I do on my live account. Right now I'm trading a prop firm account, but besides that, I also coach traders and I get paid to do it. And right now I'm on YouTube, and I'm gonna do this for a while at least, where I give the chance to traders to come on my stream and actually learn for free. You have a pretty much a one-on-one opportunity to learn from me, or you know, ask like, what should I do to improve, or what should I do to get to a certain point in my career in trading, and I can help you with that for free of charge here on the stream, where, you know, otherwise it would cost you probably hundreds or thousands of dollars to even get this information. So, you know, I'm trying to help here and, you know, create a community where I can give back to people. And also I learn myself when I'm coaching. That's a huge value of coaching. You know, you get this value. You don't improve only yourself. I mean, you don't improve the customer. You also improve yourself. That's what I was supposed to mean or say. But yeah, back to the trade. Yeah, still at the like pretty much break-even point. The market is very choppy, but that was expected since we had the news tomorrow. So still waiting for the statistical edge to play out, which we are betting on today. We barely survived with our stop here previously, and we're still trading above the RTH VWAP. Let's look at the ES market. What is it doing? ES is still chopping around. Like, this is a spot where the retail traders are just screaming at their monitors. I know for a fact that a lot of people are losing money in this spot. You know, this was pretty much the only move that you could make money on. And now people are really, you know, angry and frustrated, or the retail traders are at least. Maybe if you're patient and you can sit this out, amazing, right? That's a win for me. You don't have to make money on a day like this. Sitting out or taking a small loss on a day like this is a win in itself, because a lot of people are going to get frustrated and break risk on days like these because they are in a hurry. But if the market is not giving you great environment to trade, don't trade. or if you're already in a trade, just let the trade play out, but don't take any more trades, you know? And that's kind of what we are doing here, because we entered here, as you can see, these arrows. We took short here, short here. We scaled a little bit here, and then we added back because we wanted the bracket orders. So I entered without bracket orders, and I wanted the bracket orders to be there. So I just did a play where I sold, I mean bought my contracts back, and then I did the entry at a better price for a short trade again. But yeah, that's beside the point. But yeah, I'm trading a Apex Trader funding like performance account, so I'm funded with this account. I've traded this for what, 20 days, and we're looking at 2.5k of profits on this specific account. This is more like a hobby account for me. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do with it. If I'm gonna take any like early profits on it, or I can already take a payout if I want, but I'm probably gonna just save it up and use it for a stream, because I think it's a good way of trading without a lot of pressure. Because if you do it on a live account, then I have to focus more, and I can't be so active with my audience. Already it's like, you know, if I want to be very entertaining for you guys, I would have to be very actively trading back and forth all the time, scalping. But I'm not that type of trader. I take 1 to 3 trades a week, and that's it. So most of the days I might not even get a trade, which is probably crazy to a lot of traders, but that's, in my mind, how trading is done. You wait for a high probability setup, great risk reward, and then you just wish you get the move in favor. If you don't, that's fine. You can't win every trade. My win rate is in fact 47%. So I'm not, you know, I don't have a win rate that's above 50%. But my risk reward is better. So I end up winning in the long term. I just have to take enough trades so it plays in my hand, you know, or my favor, so to speak. But yeah, if you have any questions or you want to learn trading, now is your chance. You know, ask me anything. Ask me questions. You can also join my Discord server, and we can have a one-on-one talk if you want. That's possible too. We can have a one-on-one discussion on stream about your trading. You can show your trades, you can show your journal, and I can kind of review and see what's going on, and I can give you suggestions of improvements. But remember, the most important part about trading is not the technicals. It's not what you see here on the chart. It's not that. It's your mentality. It's your emotional control, right? That's what's important. Trading is not a technical. It has technical aspects to it, but technicals are only a small part of it. The rest comes from emotional control, and that's, once you have that unlocked, you can, you know, have the you know, make your strategy better and find even more profitability, because strategy is important. Even if you have your emotional control in place, but you don't have edge, you're gonna lose. So of course strategy is important, but emotional control is the much harder thing to do, because anyone, and I say anyone, you don't have to be smart to find a profitable strategy. Anyone can do it. It's very simple. It doesn't take high IQ to do, okay? Let's be honest. It's not hard to do. And if you just put time and effort into finding one, it's gonna be quite easy. You just have to look at the charts and trade, and you're gonna already find patterns that are gonna make sense. Alright. So people focus on the strategy part because that's the sexy way. That's the sexy thing in trading. But you know, improving yourself is not that sexy. You know, it doesn't give you a lot of big titles on YouTube and a lot of views. Same with taking a few trades a day or a week. Doesn't really get you a lot of, you know, big titles and views. Oh, I took 1 trade a week. Well, I can only post it once, you know. I can only post my trades once a week. Oh shit. So that's why I have to also, you know, do something else on stream, because obviously I understand that this is not entertaining, and streaming is entertaining. It should be entertaining. That's why you live stream. You have to, you know, come up with something that makes sense for me and the audience, and that's coaching, that's teaching, right? And I do have my own coaching company where I coach traders and help traders as well to unlock their skills and, you know, hopefully find profitability eventually. But here you get it for free. Like I'm gonna give you the exact same value here as you're gonna get there. Obviously, when I do my own coaching program, I have a structure in place, and we do it usually for 3 months. So a 3-month period where you're disciplined working towards your goal of being a, you know, profitable trader. That's a long journey, and you have to put a lot of work into it. And obviously, like, once you do it for 3 months, it's gonna give you more value than maybe what few streams are gonna give, but this is already huge value, you know? So use it. There's no embarrassing questions. Everyone has been a new trader before. There's no embarrassing questions. There's no embarrassment in showing a losing trading journal. No embarrassment at all. I have been a losing trader. Everyone has. No one was born a winning trader. At least that's what I believe. I don't think. Maybe if you took your first trade and you won and you quit, then you're a profitable trader. But if you do this for years, no. Or even months, like, you're not gonna be a profitable trader like that. But back to the markets, we are still a little bit in favor. Finding support here at the RTH VWAP, but still very slow, sluggish. Let's look at the PNF chart and the delta. We're still having a lot of, like, negative numbers, so you can see negative delta here, here, here. So still a lot of, like, selling pressure around these areas. Even, you know, into these areas, we have a little bit of buying going on here, which turned the tides, but much more selling. You know, there's clearly a divergence going on. You know, we have selling pressure, but we're not quite making it yet. But yeah, we'll have to see if this selling pressure continues and we get to a turn, or if the buyers catch the ball here and start pushing, and then I would probably get stopped out if that happens. So my stop is here. That's possible too. But we are still waiting, and so what my play here is to wait for price to move down, and then if we break the IB low, so the first hour's low, I would look to add into my position. So right now I'm 5 out of 5. I'm allowed to go 10 out of 10. So I would double my size if we break this low, because the probability gets much higher. I would add into this position. I would move my stop somewhere here. Somewhere here. It depends on the structure at the specific moment, but right now we don't really have that yet. And then, you know, hopefully we would hit this level, and we would make even more money, because I like to push my trades. So, like, if you have a higher probability of the trade working out, and it has already worked out in favor, then I like to add. But for example here earlier, so if we look at this specific level here where I entered the trade, so my entry was here and here. This is where I entered. I would have been, you know, okay of adding here normally, but we have two issues. We have low volume, so it's very grindy, and, you know, we don't really have incentive to go lower anymore. It feels like like we had steam here, but then we ran out of steam. You know, there's really no driving force in the market at this specific point, and you can see it from here. Like, the candles just got smaller and smaller. And then we have the ETH volume weighted average price at the specific spot. So to me, as I said before, when I talked about adding, I said I'm not gonna add here because there's VWAP here and we're running out of steam, right? and it's very likely that we're gonna get a pullback. And we got a pullback. In the perfect world, we would have already, you know, found, you know, sellers and continued from here, and I could add and find very good risk reward on my ad. But that didn't happen. But trading is random. You never know how we're gonna get to a certain point. You know, that's my edge, is that there's a probability today that we're gonna hit this specific level. But I don't exactly know how that's gonna happen. I must actually move this one tick above, so I get the feel 100%. Sometimes, you know, it doesn't get filled. I usually like to put it one tick above the level, because then it's 100% sure that it's gonna hit the level on that specific day. But whatever. So that's why I didn't add, and I stayed patient. I'm not allowed to move my stop if I don't have the ad yet, so I have to accept my risk on that specific trade, and, you know, it didn't move quite enough for me to add and tighten my risk, so I had to wait. We had a lot of chop. There was really nothing to do here. We moved outside of value. I was really close to my stop, but I was fine with getting stopped out either way. But now it's looking like, again, we might, you know, find some selling here, at least based on the delta on the volume print chart, imprint chart, PNF chart, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, a lot of red numbers still. You know, we have some selling pressure here on the YM. And hopefully we can finish this move, because we have been in this trade for a long time. A long time. When did we get into this trade? We got into this trade 15:35, and now it's 17, almost 2 hours in this trade. 2 hours talking about a choppy market. Woohoo! Yep, that's how it goes sometimes. That's how it goes sometimes. We have some chill vibes music. If someone has any questions, I'm glad and super happy to answer them, because right now there's nothing happening. We're just waiting for the play to happen, and hopefully it plays out like we planned pre-market. ES had the cleaner down move initially, but the reaction at the highs was not good. The reason why I didn't take the ES trade was because look at this high. This is not clean. Like, I really wanted to see like a boop and a bap, but we didn't get the boop and a bap, so I had to skip that trade on ES. But we go to the beautiful YM. Look at this. We got the boop and the bap, and we got the boop bap, the boop bap bap bap, and it was a clean sell-off. But as you see, like, the sell-off was very aggressive, so the risk reward here wasn't very great for an entry. So I waited for a pullback, and then I saw the order flow was still continuing to the downside, so I thought, okay, this is a great low risk reward, or I mean high risk reward, higher probability trend continuation play. Obviously my stop here is not maybe as good as it would be up here, but we have much better risk reward, and we're still playing with the momentum. So then we had a move, chop, 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 and now hopefully we get a move here. But you never know about the market. But we're looking for an ad now. That's what we are focused on. If this move can continue to the downside, we are 100% looking for an ad. A lower low into an ad, into a beautiful gap to sell trade. Give me this play on the first stream of or the first comeback stream, or whatever you would want to call this stream. I haven't streamed in a long while, actively at least, but now I'm gonna be actively back, and I'm gonna trade my funded Apex account, and I'm gonna hopefully teach some traders along the way. Well, not a very eventful day. We can look at the ES charts. If someone has any else, like other markets they want me to look through, I can, but I did the prep for ES, NQ, RTY, YM. I don't trade the NQ, but I do prep it because I know a lot of people like to trade NQ and want my insights probably, so Well, I don't touch NQ. It's too choppy for me. It's too FOMO driven for me. I like the middle way. I like how ES moves. That's like my bread and butter. If I would want to choose one market, well, not today. Today it moved terribly. But like if I would choose one market and like a normal day on ES would be my prime market. I like how ES moves. It's more controlled. It feels under control, but it still moves fast, or like not fast, but like fast enough. So it's like in the middle. Whereas NQ is so erratic. It's like a very expensive sports car that moves crazy fast, but it's impossible almost to control. It's so hard to control. Whereas ES is like a Porsche 911. You know, it's fast, it's decent speed, and decent volatility, but it's controllable, you know, and you can drive it normally like a normal car. It drives like a normal car. It's not like a supercar. YM is a little bit similar like that, right? YM in the open is usually more volatile than ES, but I would say it's like ES. It's controllable, right? And then after the opening drive, usually YM slows down a little bit more maybe than ES. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's just from my experience. But they are pretty similar. RTY is the slowest of the bunch, I would say, but it's very similar to ES. I would say the three of them are so close to each other, and that's why I like to trade these three. And then DAX on the German, you know, German 40 that I trade in the morning sessions, which I don't stream, trade that on my own account, is a very bursty version of ES. It's like it moves a little bit like ES volatility wise, but it's bursty. Like it doesn't move cleanly. It's not like, you know, a clean price action on the DOM, but it's like burst. It's like bursts very fast and then nothing happens and bursts again. So yeah, I don't know. That's like a burst fire. So like if ES is like a M16 with, you know, full automatic, like clean fire rate, NQ is like a minigun, and then if you put the ES or like the M16 on burst fire or whatever, then it goes like drrt, 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 and that's more DAX, you know. I don't like that as much though. I don't like that as much. But hey, look at the market. Whoa, the stop held. Sometimes the market just likes to. Well, just when I said that, it's showing a green bar or a blue bar. Oh no, my hands are shaking. I've never won a trade before. It's just gonna be my first winning trade. My streaming career. Oh, we're just chilling. But yeah, if we make a lower low here, we're gonna look to add into our position with 5 contracts. 5 contracts. That's gonna be the play today. I think the probability of the gap hitting if we make a lower low here is quite high. That's why I 100% want to add. But we must make a lower low here first. Let's look at the PNF chart. Is showing clean volume imprint, negative delta into clean move to the downside. But yeah, we're hitting the ETH VWAP again, so you know this is obviously a spot where we could have daily support, or we are outside of value. So you know it's very likely that people are gonna be buying here. So if we went back, this would be a spot where we rotate back into value, and then we continue doing the same. But we kind of want to see a change here now. So like if we break this and make a lower low and start finding new value, then I think the previous close of yesterday could be very possible. And then after this, I have no clue what's gonna happen. Maybe we move back up into value. But today, balanced day, and it's still looking like a balanced day at the moment. But we could extend it a little bit right now. I would like to extend it a little bit, right? So let's see what the market does. The market always throws some curveballs at you, and you have to adapt and change your ways and trade accordingly. But right now, we're just waiting for the market to make its move. Make its move. Woohoo. Well, likely to get some type of pullback here. If there is gonna be a pullback, it's gonna be here. Because we are outside of value. There's VWAP. And so forth, you know. Outside in trading is quite good on a day like this. So if you're looking for an outside in trade, this could be a level where you could look for it. But if you're looking at the gap close, which I am, then obviously this is an amazing opportunity to start tightening your risk, start adding and taking your stop loss down. And this way, we can make some good dollars. Good dollars if the edge plays out today, right? But for now, we're slow. We slow. Yeah, no news today either anymore. There was like a small news announcement. 30 minutes into the session, but after that, pretty much nothing. Tomorrow we have a big day. We have the interest rate decision, and then we have the Fed conference meeting. So tomorrow is gonna be much more volatile. Today was very expected balance or choppiness. Obviously, because tomorrow is time for a news catalyst, so the market is just digesting and waiting for tomorrow. And tomorrow we will then get some direction on what's gonna happen in the future, right? That's why it was a little bit surprising to me in the opening, where there was a little bit of volatility in ES and YM in the beginning. Like, we got a proper push down out of the open on both markets. A proper reaction. Didn't expect it to be like that. I expected more choppiness, maybe. I expected the same move, but not in the way that it happened. Yeah, we're sticking our head a little bit outside the previous value, or this value on outside of the value area on today's session, finding some support again on the VWAP, and again it's a likely spot for a small pullback at least, as I already said. Still waiting for this world to end. A very long and boring trade, honestly. But that's trading. Trading is boring. When trading is done right, you are more bored than, you know, excited. Like, you never get excited when you're trading. Maybe afterwards, like if you get your biggest win, you shouldn't get excited, but you will, because you're a human. Obviously, I get excited if I get, you know, if I would get the biggest win of my career as a trader, obviously I would be excited afterwards. But it's very important to keep composure, you know, in the trade itself. You can't really change up your way of trading just because you're seeing a certain amount of profits. Trade what you see, not what you feel. Okay? That's if you're gonna take something out of this session, trade what you see, not what you feel. But yeah, now we're looking for an add soon. If we make a lower low here and we break this IB low, so the first hour's low, which is the yellow line here, break this, I'm gonna look for an add, and then I'm gonna move my stop a little bit down. We're targeting the previous close of yesterday. So we get a bigger winner if it happens. And, you know, because it's a higher probability. The probability goes up for the trade to work if we make a lower low here. 100% the probability goes up. So obviously, I'm gonna add into the position and play on that specific statistic that the probability rises. But I'm also moving my stop to you know, because I have to accept the fact that the market could still turn back. So I have to move my stop and accept that, hey, if you're moving from here back to here, you know, I'm having a huge drawdown. But if I get the lower low, then I have to accept the fact that if we turn and make a higher high, the momentum has changed. But right now, we are still in a lower low kind of situation. We haven't made a higher high. No reason to get hasty and start looking for an exit prematurely. Or you know, moving our stop. But after the ad, 100%. 100% we are tightening our stop because we are not giving back, you know, so much profits. There's many ways of doing this, right? As a trader, you can scale. So what you could do is you could take profits here, and you could take profits here, right? You could scale. What I do is that I add into my position and then I tighten my stop as well. So I make my winners bigger, and because the probability is higher when it's working out, right? That's the logic that I'm doing. The second option is to just move your stop and trail it. But in my opinion, this way is the best way. It's best to add when the probability is higher that it's gonna hit, and then also move your stop, because then you're not complacent that the trade might, you know, you're not locking in complacency into your trading and saying, hey, the trade can't come back to me. Of course it can. The market is, you know, random and you never know what's gonna happen. You have to accept your risk, but you also have to accept your plan, and I can't deviate from my plan. But if I'm adding, I'm putting more eggs into the basket of my plan working out, you know? If I'm getting a higher probability and the same risk and a higher, like, because the risk reward goes up when I add. If I add here and I initially keep pretty much the same risk, or even, you know, a smaller risk than I initially had here when I move my stop, the risk reward goes from, like, this is almost a 5 risk reward. It goes to like 6 or 7, right? So I'm getting even more juice out of the trade, and that's kind of my logic here on this specific trade. But you know, we could still move back, and 100% I could get stopped out. You have to be always open to every possibility, because if you lock yourself into one idea, you're gonna start revenge trading, because you're gonna get mad at the market for it not playing your vision. But I have to tell you the truth, the market doesn't care about your vision or what you think. It doesn't care. No. That's why you have to be objective. Objectivity as trader, so important. And stick to your rules. Very important. But hey, if you're a new trader or you're new to the stream, ask me anything. I'm here. I really like to help new traders or just people who are, you know, wanting to perfect their game in trading. I'm also a trading coach, so I actually get paid to coach traders around the world. But now you have a great opportunity to just ask me and get pretty much coaching for free. That normally costs, you know, hundreds, if not thousands of dollars. So a nice opportunity for anyone, you know, new on the stream. And if you just want to talk trading and not get coaching, that's totally fine too. You know, I'm totally fine with that. I love talking about trading. Trading is my passion. Trading is my life. I live and breathe trading, so I'm totally fine with anything really. Always love to have good discussions with traders who are motivated. But yeah, we're waiting for the lower low, so something like this, hopefully. Add, and then stop somewhere here, maybe. I will still have to think about the stop placement a little bit. I still have to think about it a little tiny weeny bit. But yeah, I have to tighten it 100% if I add. That's the trade-off. You have to have a trade-off. If I'm adding size, I have to trade something. I can't increase my risk and, you know, increase my winner. That doesn't make sense. I have to trade. So if I'm getting more money, I have to also trade, you know, something. So I'm trading my risk smaller. I'm making my risk smaller in a sense. Risk reward grows, but I'm trading my stop distance. But like I'm fine with, like, if the market moves back here, like it's not, it wouldn't make sense for me, like if we make a lower low and it says like trend continuation, it doesn't make sense for the market to make a higher high anymore, money wise. Like I'm not gonna give back my profits in that sense. Right now, if we don't make a lower low, I'm not gonna add, and I'm not gonna scratch my trade. That's my rule. I have to respect the rule. And it's been a very easy trade for me, even if the market has been very hard to trade today. You can see like how choppy it has been. Like after my entry, it pretty much went in favor, and then it was very choppy. Same with ES. ES has been even worse. See how choppy this was, right? So, but for me it has been easy because I just follow my rules. That's the only thing I have to do, which is kind of fun. Trading is easy when you have the habit down. When you have the habit down of doing the right things. All these things that annoy other traders, where they get frustrated, they trade into chop, and I know people are losing money, but it's easy for me because I know the fact that a retail trader is losing money there. And I know my strategy and my rules stop me from doing that. So it's very easy feeling for me to just stay in the trade and let the trade do its thing. Not intervene, not do the wrong move. Right? Well, right now we are really close to the add position, so we might get some trade additions here, some size increase, some action, so to speak. Trading is most of the time very boring, but right now we might have one tiny little bit of action. Let's look at my PNF volume imprint chart. Yeah, we have some buying delta here appearing at this specific level, right? But we are outside of value and at ETH VWAP, so that makes sense. But very negative delta overall. Right now, delta is increasing to the upside. So we are seeing buyers stepping in a little bit. Now the question is, can we as sellers push prices lower and make delta red again? If we can, it's gonna look great. I'm gonna add anyways if we make a lower low here, because that's my rule and that's what I said I'm gonna do. That's my plan. But if you want to see this trade winning, I would want to see negative delta taking over and seeing a continuation pattern. Right now, we are finding buyers at this specific level. Buyers here. But if we can take over, if we start seeing, you know, more negative delta, I think then and continuation in the next coming, you know, 5 to 10 minutes, I think we're in good hands for the statistical edge to play out today. Also, if you're watching and you want to join my Discord server for future coaching calls, or you know, I might post some resources there or whatever. If you want to talk with me, even in private, you know, you can always join my Discord server. I'll see if I can find a link for it. Invite people. I'll send it to the chat. If you have anyone here who wants to join my Discord server, I'll send it to YouTube chat in case someone wants to join it. Yeah, right now we're looking to add here. We're looking for the clean add, and let's put the drawing tools away. Let's go back to our volume imprint chart. Still seeing green numbers, but much less than it was before. I think we were like at plus 12 on this specific rotation on the PNF chart, and now we're seeing negative delta. So now starting to see negative numbers is a good sign Let's keep it up, push with negative numbers, and then into the lower low. Into an ad, hopefully. Very close to the ad now, very close. Looking at the IB low. Alright, now we got a lot of buyers coming in again. Buyers still defending this level. There's still a fight going on. That's something we know. Now the question is, can we as sellers take over? Can we still move regardless of buyers coming in? This is what you would call a support level. We have support here. You can see it. You don't even have to have, technical knowledge. You can just look at the delta numbers and see, is there a support level or not? It doesn't mean that the price is gonna find support from here or not break down to the downside, but we know that there's some buying going on here, but here there was nothing. There was nothing. The price was just dumping. There was no fight. But right now we are finding some buyers here, and now sellers are coming in. Sellers are coming in. Look at that, sellers. Ready to add here. Ready to add into my position. If we make a lower low, we already went just a few ticks away. Just a few ticks away. A few ticks away. We are very, very close to it. And we might get the entry here. No? Haha! They are playing some mind games with us. Look at this. We are getting very close to the level though. This could also end up as a double bottom. You never know, right? We are also outside of value. So there's a magnet still up here as well, right? So let's not underestimate that. Even if we add, we might still get stopped out, but the ad is a great sign, and we get higher probability if the ad gets in. But we also have to be open to, the other possibilities, right? This is like a mini breakout trade inside of my big idea trade, in a sense, where my ad is a breakout trade of this specific level. ES is slowly moving to the downside as well. We had a big 400 lot order on ES. Alright, not getting the entry yet. Getting the entry yet. It looks like my internet connection is a little bit the weak side now. We are still live, but not the cleanest. Let's look at ES. You can see we have a huge 13,330 lot buy order here, and then we just ran into the highs and had like a rejection. It's like a big FOMO move, and the buyer got stuck, and then it moved in favor. Now it looks like we already made a lower low on ES, but we didn't on YM, which is always a little, interesting. They don't always follow each other so very closely. There's always a little bit of a difference. ES has been the weaker of the two, so like it was a much funnier trade probably to be on ES. But then again, the reaction on ES on that specific level was not clean. Whereas on YM, it was a very clear entry for me. Like all the signals were there, and all my rules were fulfilled. So it was like it was much easier to take the trade on YM. I don't think there was ever, or there was not a trade on ES. It would be against my rules to take an entry on ES today. But like in hindsight, right? Always hindsight. Look how close we are to the IB. So close, so close. IB low is so close, yet so far. Yeah, we're looking for an ad here. Looking for an ad. Not quite making a lower low yet. On YM. Still deciding to move back a little bit. Let's not make it too easy for us. Let's not make it too fast for us. You can see like the support is here. We have for sure buyers, but now hopefully the sellers can catch it and increase the selling delta here. But yeah, now we for sure have buyers in this specific level. I don't care about the micros though when I'm looking at like a big statistical edge trade. I don't care about these small nuances. It would be for a trade, right? Like if I was scalping, I would exit here, right? But I have a statistical edge, so I have to execute that specific statistical edge, regardless of what the short-term order flow shows, right? Still got a good ways to go. Want to make this trade happen. Still 50% to our target. All right, now we're getting closer to the ad again. I think now we might maybe get the ad. Let's look at the yeah. Now you can see how we are switching over from positive delta into negative delta. Hopefully, you know, the sellers can continue the push downwards, and but yeah, we're seeing negative delta again, and that's a good sign for trend continuation, right? Still not making a lower low here. It's playing with the level for sure. It knows. We're 1 point away from it. 1 point away from making a lower low. Still getting that negative delta though, which is nice to see, right? We went from negative, negative, positive, negative, negative, positive, positive, and now we're again like seeing the negative numbers. Obviously, you know, I like that. But that doesn't mean that the sellers are still gonna win. There's still a battle going on, obviously. But very low volume. There's like really no high volume price action going on here. Which is usually a good sign because low volume also is trend continuation. But I think there's gonna be more volume 100% if we break this low. You're gonna see a small increase, obviously, because we make a new low on the day. So a lot of people probably have their stops here, and a lot of people have their stops here and here. Maybe even here. Yep. A very long trade. Usually my trades do not take this long. Over 2 hours in this trade already. Let's make it 3. ES still hasn't taken the overnight. That's either we have the overnight high still intact, and so do we have the low. So yeah, I think either of these levels, a very high probability that either level is gonna get taken out. Obviously, I'm wishing that it would be the low, because then my trade would probably be a winner, right? Buyer stepping on the gas pedal again. Sellers failed to push. Now we have to kind of breathe again a little bit as a seller, and we have to see if we can get a continuation push. yeah, we went outside of value, so a lot of people are gonna look at buying here back into value and maybe even the point of control. Right now it's a slower period again, so I'm sorry if I'm not talking too much, but I'm just waiting for the ad to happen here. I really want to see that lower low happen, right? And right now, just waiting. Really not much to do. Hard to entertain, right? And yeah, I'm not an entertaining, trader. I'm just waiting for my thing to happen and doing the right thing here. But for sure, yeah, I think still a great possibility that the trade will work out. We just have to be still a little bit more patient. Hopefully, we can get a great ad, and well, obviously we could also move back to where we came from, but still waiting. Still waiting for something to happen. All right, let's look at the delta here on the PNF chart, volume imprint chart. We had some buying, but that didn't really amount to much. Had a small rotation, but obviously now a fight going on at the ETH VWAP here. But we are looking for that lower low before we can add. And yeah, once we get that lower low, if we get it, then we add, and then we tighten our stop. But for now, there's still not a lower low. So we can't really do anything. We're just waiting. I know it's a little bit boring, but that's how trading is. It's boring, and yeah, my type of trading, I only get like 1 to 3 trades a week. So I'm not a very entertaining trader, but I do my best to, you know, teach people and educate people, and that's what I'm focusing on the stream. But I'm not showing the very dopamine hungry trading that you usually see maybe on this platform. I think this is how trading is supposed to be. Very boring. Usually I have very calming music, you know, a little bit like a meditation in a sense. But yeah, we've been sitting in this trade for 3 hours. We've been doing the right thing. We got a great entry. We are still, you know, in the money in a sense, but you know, everything is possible. And right now we're trading, you know, outside of value again on a balanced day. So again, as I said, it's a very likely spot where we can find a rotation back towards value again. So, you know, we could see again, oh well, we are already seeing it. We are seeing a move back into this value area again. So if, you know, in a perfect world, we would see something like this. And then I would add here. But we'll still wait. There's really no proof of anything. We could very well still lose this trade. And that's how it goes. You know, you have a statistical edge in the previous close. And then after that, once you get the entry, then it's just up to the market to decide, is this gonna be the day where the statistical edge plays out or not. And we already did our part, so now it's just about waiting and seeing if things happen and work out. But yeah, adding, of course, if we make a lower low, I'm gonna go for a bigger trade then, because then probabilities increase, but I'm also gonna tighten my stop to not take on more risk. You know, I'm increasing my wins but keeping my risk tight. That's how I do it. And that's how I think every trader should do it, honestly. Also just accepting the fact that the trade could still work against me even if I'm, you know, in the money right now. And it already did. You know, we had the entry here. We went short. We got the first leg. We were in the money for a very long time. Then we moved back to around break even and even almost my stop loss. That's a very not straight line. And then we played around that level, and now we gotta move back down. But we haven't made a lower low. The IB is still intact. ES still has the overnight level intact, so there's that. A lot of things to still, you know, get taken out in both markets, I think. So really possibilities for anything. We could look at the ES market a little bit here. I know I have it on my other screen, but you can't see it. ES made a lower low, but we ran this level, and now we are again trading above the VWAPs. ES has kind of made a little comeback, because in the beginning of the day, ES was actually the weaker of the two, and now suddenly YM is weaker of the two. So they kind of had a swap around. Let's look at RTY. So in RTY, the play we did in pre-market, we were looking for this yellow level, and from here, you know, a gap to close play. But I already realized earlier on that the volatility today, before a big news day tomorrow, where we have the interest rate decision, where we have the Fed conference, is not gonna be the greatest, and it's gonna be choppy. So it's very unlikely that if we hit this target and this level specifically today, that we would actually take out this level. We could, you know, take it like this, but I don't want to take it in a random spot, right? Because this level was my plan, so I'm not gonna take it. So the RTY trade pretty early on was a no-go. ES reaction out of the open was not the cleanest. Like, on ES, I don't really like this high. this high was unclean and the reaction was not the cleanest. I don't like how it did it, and I would never enter on such a reaction. You can see that like the wicks were at the same spot, so it was a poor high in a sense, or a poor auction in a sense. And if I saw like something like this where it like would run it and then go, I would probably enter. But like at this stage, there was nothing. It hit the goal. It hit the goal, and it would have worked, but my entry criterias and rules were not met, so I didn't take a trade on ES. YM then again had kind of what I was showing on ES, but it actually worked. You know, we got the test of the overnight level, but then we got the push again, you know, and then a failure into a strong push. But I didn't have the reaction speed or time to actually capture this short early on for a good risk reward. But I waited for a small pullback, and then I entered, and then I got really good risk reward ratio, obviously. Almost 5R. Then I did some scaling here, and or I scaled here, and then I added back my position at this level. That was just to get rid of my bracket, or like I forgot to put my bracket orders on, so I did this to get my bracket orders back. And I knew it was like a high possibility we would, you know, chop around here, so that's like a fancy play. Whatever. Right now, you know, we are $69 in the money because of that specific, you know, thing. But the stop is still the same, so like 60-70 bucks like away from whatever I'm risking. Yeah, but I'm looking to add if we break this low. Let's look at the delta here. So we can clearly see that buyers are stepping in right now. Like we had sellers, then suddenly we find buyers and there's a fight. This is a support level, and now we're kind of exploring outside of the support level already, and we're seeing buying. But the sellers are still, you know, trying to obviously stop the move. So there's still like some contest here. It's not like a freebie for the people who are going long. And obviously, if we look at the YM here, we went outside of value, right? And outside of value is obviously gonna be a spot where people are looking to buy back to value. And the same thing happens also at VWAP. You know, we have buyers usually at VWAP. You know, if people think the market's gonna go up, or they want to have a bullish idea or a bullish trade on ES for a longer term play, they would look to buy at VWAP, or, you know, bigger institutions or whatever like to, you know, enter at these specific levels. So, you know, it's not a surprise that we are getting a rotation here. I already said it before I even entered. You know, I've kind of called all of these rotations today happening. But obviously I'm not going to exit my trade because I see a rotation. We are playing our statistical edge, and we know we have a statistical edge here on this specific play. You know? Obviously, we don't know if that statistical edge is going to play out today. We don't either know every time we're going to, you know, win a hand of aces in poker. The same thing here. We just have to wait and see. But if we move into this and we make a lower low, I'm gonna add into my position, because then the probability in my head goes way much higher. And if we break this low and do a stop run and move back, then it's very likely that we're just gonna move back in value, and this level is never gonna get hit anyways. So I want to tighten my stop and my risk accordingly as well. So just some thoughts. If you have any questions about my trading, what I do, what the red line is, what is a previous close, whatever you like to ask me, go ahead. You know, I'm a trading coach. I also coach traders, so, you know, all over the world. This is a very nice opportunity for anyone in chat to ask questions from a trader who already, you know, coaches like traders and, you know, has developed traders around the world. Just ask me anything. And it's free. That's the greatest part. Usually it would, be hundreds, if not thousands of dollars to, develop traders. But right now you have a opportunity to ask any questions for free, which is great. I also have a Discord server, so if you want to have a one-on-one chat while I'm trading, go ahead and I'll talk to you, whatever. Well, still waiting. Still waiting. For sure, a day where a lot of people are losing money. A lot of chop usually means that retail traders are getting chopped up, and I would imagine today is a very good trading day for prop firms who are making money on losing traders. We're just gonna stick to this trade, and this is gonna be the only trade today. Vibing with some chill music. Reading Twitter on the same time, because I don't really have anything to do right now. I'm a little bit hungry, I'm a little bit thirsty. So I might have to go to the kitchen a little bit at some point and get something to chew on while I'm waiting for this trade. Usually my trades take like from 30 minutes to an hour, but this time not even, probably from 15 minutes to an hour maximum. I average around 15 to 30 minutes though. But yeah, today we have been in this trade for almost 3 hours now. So, been a long day in the office. And you have pretty much seen the whole trade from the beginning to the start if you've been here, so. Good stuff. Now, next step is just a lower low, and then we're gonna add into our position. So we are 5 contracts deep right now, and then after we make a lower low, we're gonna be 10 contracts deep. Of course, that means that we're gonna run the low. But if we do that, yeah, we're gonna add double our position size, because the probability of the trade working out goes up in my opinion. We just created a new value point of control here. Point of control is here at the lower end of the spectrum. And where value usually is usually also chop. Tomorrow is a news day as well, so kinda expected, as I already said in my pre-market preparation. Alright, now it looks like we might get closer to that lower low again. Let's look at the volume imprint. Still seeing some buying numbers. Right now we had a little bit of a negative delta. I kind of want to see that continue. There we go, we have now negative delta numbers. But I also want the delta to agree with the move. So if there's a divergence between the two, then I know there's something different, and maybe the other side is gonna get an advantage eventually. But I kind of want to see them both agreeing to the downside right now as continuation. But obviously this was a spot for value previously, so for outside of value, things change, and now we are trading in value because we have spent so much time down here. And well, time is the wrong term. So much volume. Obviously, for a volume profile, volume is the only thing that you care about. But on a TPO, it would be time then again. But we have also spent more time. So, when we spend more time, we also spend volume. But most of the volume happened here in the beginning of the session, in the opening. The later part of this YM session has just been very slow. Very low volume, really. You can't even see the volume bars. They're so small. So small. Insignificant volume. Alright, we are getting closer to the ad position again. So now I might have to straighten up and get into a good position here. And maybe we get to add here. I think now we also have a good structure for the ad. I think I can probably bring my stop around this area here, and I would be content with it. Maybe above RTH. I really have to think about it a little bit, but yeah, I wouldn't really want to see it move back above the ETH again, right? So I think that's the play if we do a lower low here. All right. Still in it to win it. And we find some reaction there for buyers. Buyers still pushing on. Buyers want it. They really do. Alright, I'll go to the toilet now. I think this is the perfect opportunity. Please don't say that something happens when I go to the toilet. Please. Please don't. Okay. Okay. Come back, we start seeing some action, and now the action is into the wrong side. We're looking at the wrong side here. What are we doing, YM? YM? Why are we moving up? Alright. Hmm. 1 point away from a lower low. Obviously that's a kind of lucky thing for us, because we would add otherwise, and then our profits would look a little bit different, but
There's no way home, and I have no mercy. There's no way up, so I'm going down. Still I keep on living, so you pull me closer. When I have no mercy. Let's carry on, no reasons to stop it. I would do it on my own, I can't deny it. Still trying to build and trying to be.
I'm gonna grab some food. There's really nothing to do. It's gonna take a while before it makes lower low anyways, and you know I'm not gonna move my stop, so I'm gonna get some food fast. So be right back. Oh what? I say be right back, and what happens? Holy shit, never mind. This is what I said. Be right back, and what the hell? What happened? There is no news announcement. Did I miss something? Sure. What was that? There was no... There's no 1830 news. Okay, let's look at the... Maybe that's the TPO. Got some volatility in here. Well, me, you know, or people complaining now got the action they wanted. Microsoft rises and hits a 4 trillion market cap. Oh. I don't really care what the news anyway said. It doesn't really matter to me. That was a very interesting change of pace out of nowhere. There's no news. It was just a random move. At least I couldn't find anything. Well, now I'll get some food. Back we are with some bread and some olive bread as well. Well, ES filled the overnight high for sure. Well, yeah, we're still waiting for the lower low. We got like a crazy news like candle 1830. That's my time, not the US time. I live in Finland, so I have a little bit different time zone, but yeah, we got this random move. And it was just when I said I'm gonna get some food because nothing is going on. And then, bam. And obviously we've been in this trade for over 3 hours now. Been a very long trade. We caught the short in the opening. And we're looking at the previous close. That was our target, that was our pre-market plan. So we have to stay by our rules. And I'm allowed to add once we make a lower low here. But we haven't done that yet. So I'm still waiting, obviously, for that to happen. So I can add into my position and actually drag my stop downwards. So I want to tighten my risk and increase my winnings. But we're still trading inside of value. Well, that news like candle had a peak outside of value and then pretty much pushing back again, back into value. But hopefully this opens up the volatility a little bit so we could get a good move into the previous close. And as you can see, I have also a label here that says I'm allowed to add here. So it's knowable for the viewers as well. They know. But yeah, my stream is not for entertaining purposes. I'm more like an educational streamer. That's my goal, because trading is not entertaining and I usually take 1 to 3 trades a week, so I'm trying to help people out. So if you have people here watching the stream right now, I know it's boring in the markets right now, there's not really happening a lot. I've been in this trade for 4 hours, but if you have any questions, like, I'll try to help you. If there's something in your trading that you want to improve on, or there's any questions about my charts or levels or what I'm doing, go ahead. No need to be scared. I'm also a trading coach, so I help traders around the world to improve their trading, and I've done that already for a long while. So if you feel like getting free advice from someone who's already doing it, it's a no-brainer in my opinion. And yeah, I'm starting to stream more now. My goal is to start streaming at least 3 times a week or 2 times a week. I'm not sure what number I'm gonna do. I'm not gonna stream every day because I want to focus on my live account as well. So right now I'm trading a prop account, which is funded and which is in profits. We can look at it. I don't really mind. I'm not really someone who wants to hide anything. We're looking at a 2.5k profit right now on this account specifically. But this is more like a fun account for me. And obviously I'm trading it like I would any other account. And but yeah, I'm not sure what I'm gonna do with the profits, if I'm gonna take any payouts or just grow it. I'm not sure, but it's perfect for streaming purposes. Let's look at the volume imprint chart. We do have some negative delta here, and we are now testing the RTH VWAP. Many VWAP tests this session. ES kinda did the same thing as YM. ES is more bullish, and ES took out the IB and the overnight level stat at once. So these stats are now taken out, and there's no stats or anything that I see as a magnet for ES. So like if I was trading ES or trying to do like any other discretionary trades besides my main strategy that I don't do, but if I was to do that, there's no statistical edge in ES right now, based on what I'm seeing. YM still has the previous close level, which is a statistical edge, so something I'm looking for. But still, ways to go, and we have been close, but not close enough. And we haven't gotten to our usual add. So I always add into our trades when the trade is 50% to its target. I start looking to add, and as you can see here, we entered here, these two lines, move down, and I don't want to add here because it's VWAP, right? So no ads here. I don't want to add into VWAP, so I wanted to see a pullback and then a lower low, and then I would put my stop here and add here. That did not happen, and obviously moved against, but I still had my stop here in a safe spot, somewhere where it made sense to me. We almost took it out, but then we had a rejection. We went again in favor, and we went 1 point away from making a lower low where I would be able to add into my position, which I did not do, because we didn't fulfill the rules. But yeah, right now, then we had like a random news like move. I think it was because the TPO, 30-minute TPO closed. So that's probably why the move was there, because I was looking at the news from different news outlets and I didn't see anything major, so it was just like huge orders coming in. Probably people who are trading the bigger time frame TPO stuff, because it was at 30 minutes. So it was like a 30-minute candle or a TPO character that closed. Well, yeah, there's really nothing to do here. I mean, just trusting the plan. If we get stopped out, that's fine. It's fine, it's been a very long trade. Usually my trades do not take this long. So, if I'm being honest, I'm quite exhausted, because usually when I'm taking a trade that's this long, I'm not paying attention or using my brain power to my full extent when the market is chopping around, right? I'm like looking at YouTube videos, being silent, eating, listening to podcasts or whatever, but being on stream and trying to explain everything when there's really nothing happening, it's like creating conversation out of thin air, right? So that's very taxing, and I can feel how taxing it is, it doesn't affect my trading, but I can feel how taxing it is. So for sure I have something I have to get used to, and I'm not sure if I have to limit the streams even if I get into long trades. Normally I won't be in these types of long trades, so I don't have to be in a situation like this where I'm coming up with stuff to talk about when the trade is doing the same thing it has done for the past 4 hours, 3 hours. So yeah, maybe sometimes the right call would be to cut the stream off in a trade like this, or move to other content and let the trade work on the side. Focus on the coaching part or something. A lot of things I still have to figure out, obviously, when it comes to the stream and how I want to do things. Alright, looks like we are moving back into the wick that we previously created. Let's look at the delta order flow. We have some positive delta here. We had some selling, now turning into buying. Nothing specific right now that I see to either side. Hard to say. No clue what's gonna happen. I'm just gonna sit here and let the market play out however it wants to do it. Regardless, it was a great bet. I mean, it could very well be that we don't even close the gap today. And we just continue in this balance, and you know, my stop could even hold for the whole session. Those sessions are really, really rare, though. Very rare. But sometimes you can get that. But if you're sticking around here, you're watching the stream, I would suggest that you subscribe. You know, I'm gonna be live tomorrow as well. If everything goes well, I think I should be live tomorrow as well. 99% sure I'm gonna be live tomorrow. So yeah, more trading, more fun. Hopefully more good setups. Today has been a very educational setup though. A very good example of discipline, patience. The entry was great, you know, not breaking any rules, explaining my rules beforehand, and you know, the viewers are hopefully aware of. If you have followed for the whole stream, probably not, because it's been a very long stream. But if there's someone who has, they have probably, you know, learned some lessons along the way, hopefully. That you have to stick to your plan, don't change anything just because you're seeing, you know, moves to either side. Just stick to your guns and let the market play out. If you have an edge, follow your edge. If you have a plan pre-market, follow your plan. Don't start changing things up. Your entry is your edge, and then after that, it's up to the market to fulfill your edge. You can still play the probabilities afterwards, but it has to be within your rules. And you know, I've created these rules after years and years of hard work and, you know, figuring out what works and what doesn't. So that's how I'm applying these rules, because I know for a fact that they make money. Every rule I don't have useless rules. Why would I want to have rules that are stopping me from making money or saving my PNL, you know? Yeah, there's a reason for every rule I have. But yeah, looking at the news, there's nothing really on the news outlets either. Finnish company Nokia is getting an investment of $1 billion from Nvidia. So something bullish for Nokia. Good to hear that brand doing something useful again. It feels like it has been in the shadows for a long while. Obviously, I don't know anything about stock trading or stock day trading. I'm not a stock day trader. So, you know, every trade I do is not financial advice in any way or form. If I read news or say something is likely to happen, that's from my eyes and from an educational standpoint. I don't either think that you should ever copy trade anyone else, because you don't understand the nuances that I do. And looking at the market is like looking at a painting. Everyone sees the same picture, but everyone understands it differently. Sorry. So, you know, you could look at this chart in many ways. Someone in chat might trade this as a double top. Someone else might be in a long position for a double bottom. It's totally up to the chartist to decide this, and it's stupid to say that you can trade the exact same strategy with exact, different people, because everyone's seeing the different things. You know, I could be trading a technical double top pattern and someone else could be trading the double bottom pattern. Which one of these patterns is correct? No clue. And no one knows the outcome ever. If someone says that they know the outcome of a market, they are lying. The market moves with its own will. There's no certainty. When you're a trader, you deal with uncertainty. You don't know what's gonna happen, and you have to be okay with it. For example, here we might take my stop. I don't know if we're gonna take my stop, but we might also hit the target. Who knows? But once I make a bet, after that my edge is in play. I know statistically that if I take 100 trades, I'm gonna end up profitable. That doesn't mean that that specific trade is gonna make money, and you shouldn't play the trade in a way where you think that it's gonna make money, because that's when you're certain about things, you start adding into stupid positions. You start taking unnecessary risk, right? And that's not something I would ever suggest to anyone, right? Then you're just doomed to fail, honestly. Alright, looks like we're gonna get stopped out for a small loss of what, $100 or something? What is our loss gonna be? $125 on this day. And we had a chance of making maybe 8R, around 8R. But everything's possible. We could still turn, obviously, but it's been a long trade. It's been a so long trade. Such a long trade. And we're still in it. We're still here talking to you guys. God damn. Starting to lose my voice slowly but surely. I can already notice it. Been talking so much for such a long time. For such a long time. Alrighty. Getting very close to the stop now. Here we go. Looks like we will be let out of our misery. Maybe the trading day is over here. Ending up with a loss maybe. Or then we edge again. And that would be hilarious. Double edge. And we got stopped out. Alright. Well, look at that. Look at that, boys. That's a trading session. We ended up losing $115. $115. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, that was a pretty good session overall from a process standpoint. The entry was great. Couldn't have really done anything better in my opinion. Of course I have to review it still the next day, but overall a decent trade. We had some mechanical hiccups there. I didn't have my bracket orders ready on the entry, so I had to play around with it a little bit. for sure something I have to be more precise with. You know, mechanical mistakes are things that happen. So really have to fix these things and remind myself when I'm doing streaming and have a little bit different setup from my normal trading setup. I have to adapt and remember to check these small things that I do on a normal basis on, you know, when I'm trading alone. But hey, it was a fun session. I had a great time. You know, obviously getting back to streaming and trying to create something that benefits all of us. You know, trying to create a community. So, you know, a fun start. And I'm excited of the journey that's ahead. And I really look forward to doing this on a regular basis. Tomorrow again, doing this stream, the same thing, trading my funded account. And hopefully we can hit a better trade tomorrow that works out. Yeah, we can still do a little end of day review of what happened and the thought process of the trade. It's a good way to end a session like that, I think. And this, I'm obviously gonna do my own review, but for people who trade and don't maybe do their own reviews, this is something you can take. You can take into your own trading. You know, just review your trade. What happened? Let's do that still just before we end the stream. Just a fast one because it's been a very long day. So we had an entry here. So what's the logic? We ran the level, came back. I already wanted to look to go short here, but we moved so fast that I had no chance of getting in. And if I enter somewhere here in these areas, the stop is gonna be very wide. So risk reward is gonna be so much worse than I would like to have on my trades. So I waited for a pullback, which I got. And once I got the pullback and I saw that sellers were in control and it was a nice level, I took my entry here. Moved in favor instantly. You can't really get a better entry and a better risk reward, right? Then I get to add here if we make a lower low. So the 50%, you can see the line here, allowed to add, is a rule I have, and I get to add after that specific point to push my position further. And I always do this with my trades. We moved here. I was allowed to add, but I said that I'm not gonna add into VWAP because it's a very possible pullback. Okay, and then we get the pullback, and obviously then I want to see a lower low. And if we made a lower low, I would add into the position and tighten my stop. But we did not do that. We moved almost to my stop, moved back, and almost made a lower low. Not quite. And then obviously we got stopped out. Now the question is there something that you can do better here for me and based on my rules? Well, this sequence here is, you know, I've fucked up a little bit, if you can use the F word, by not having bracket orders on. So I had to I exited the trade and entered it again to get the bracket orders. I actually got a better price, so I won a little bit of money with this because I knew it was a chance that we are gonna chop here. But otherwise, like, the trade was perfectly executed. We had the target here at the previous close. It was our target. It was a statistical edge. We were playing towards that edge. And, you know, we almost got the add here. We didn't make a lower low. We didn't get the add. And then the market moves back and stops us out. A small losing day. But we had a chance to get a trade with the risk reward of pretty much 8. 8 risk reward. So we had a really good chance of getting a payday. ES played out the trade a little bit better move-wise, so ES actually filled the gap. But the entry, this is not something my rules allow me to enter on. That's why I didn't take the entry on ES. YM was the only market that gave me an entry that I was fine with. And actually YM entry was very smooth. And why is YM entry very smooth? Well, we can go and look back at YM. We have a poor overnight high here, obviously. And we tested the overnight level already once into the open, but then we moved back and ran the highs. So like we ran the stops, we ran the people who were FOMOing in on a short trade, right? We got the FOMO run, and then after that, we moved very fast to the downside. And I didn't quite get that downside move, right? Because it's so fast, I didn't have the reactions to get in on this specific big red candle, which is totally fine. And then I tell myself, well, I'm not allowed to enter here because then my risk reward would not be very great, right? I would get like a 1 or 1.5 R trade or something like that. It's not worth my while. But then I see a pullback, and the pullback has a delta shift where I see that the sellers are really pushing the trigger, and this is just a basic, you know, pullback to the 9 EMA and VWAP. And I get really great risk reward when I enter here. You see the arrows, the white arrows. These are my entry points here for the trade. Really great risk reward. It was almost 5R risk reward. And then if I get the add up, we're probably looking at like 8R, 7R on the trade. But we didn't get it. And then it moved against us. Which is fine. Which is fine, that happens. So, pretty good day, I would say. Very choppy, you know, after the open. But that was expected because we have news tomorrow, right? News tomorrow, the market is digesting. But yeah, right now it looks like we are actually continuing to the highs, and we already created a volume point of control. So a lot of volume traded here at the highs, which is very interesting to me. But yeah, we are in a bull market, and it looks like we are moving upwards every day. So short trades are not maybe the cleanest. So, but you have to accept that, you know. I'm not gonna change my strategy just because we are trading at all-time highs. The expectancy doesn't really change, or it does perform a little bit worse in a bull market, but it's okay. But yeah, this is how it looks like. Today we took a losing day. We lost a very small amount, which is fine. We can still look at the account here if you want to. I'm up 2.4k pretty much on the funded account. So looking at, you know, slowly but surely growing it to bigger sums. I think we are 20 trading days in. Or this is like the 21st, I believe. So looking to grow this account on stream a little bit, and then trying to make the educational content on stream much more relevant. So yeah, my goal was to make educational trading content and help new traders to learn trading, and you know, that's why I do the stream. And then the trading is just to show good habits to people. Yeah, but I still have to figure out how to get people, you know, on the stream, my own, you know, coaching customers as well. I have to talk with few and see if we can get some guests on here and make it more interesting, because obviously I get 1 to 3 trades a week, so it doesn't make sense to. It's gonna be a lot of boring days where I do nothing, so I need to come up with some content. Today we had a very good luck because I got a trade. But yeah, pretty much that's it for me. If we have any questions in chat, now's the time to ask. Just before I'm gonna quit, you know, I've been here for 4 hours already looking at the markets. This trade was very long and I'm pretty exhausted from talking all the time. But yeah, if you have any questions about trading, my charts, you know, if you want to improve or show your own trades, now's the time. I'm gonna close the stream in a minute. Still waiting if we have anything for anyone to say, but otherwise, if not, I'm gonna start ending the stream. Yeah, for sure, it was a fun stream. We have 4 hours and 7 minutes into the stream. That trade took like 3 hours and I don't know, 40 minutes, 30 minutes. Sure. One of the longer trades. I don't usually have this long trade. My trades usually last from 15 minutes to half an hour to an hour, you know, in that range. They're usually quite fast. This one was very long, very rare. But alright, it looks like there is no questions, which is fine. Tomorrow, the same time, 30 minutes before the market opens, I'm gonna do my pre-market preparation again and get some analysis in. Then we're hopefully getting a trade again, maybe, who knows, if there's any opportunities tomorrow, if we get a trend day today. My dog wants to say hello to the people out there. Cutest dog in the world. Really pushing it right now. She's also a little bit tired of me just speaking all the time and not giving her attention. So we have to give the doggo some attention. Oh, do you want to talk to the stream? Do you want to talk to the stream? Do you? Do you want to talk to the stream? Do you want to be the star of the show? Yes, you want. Yes. Oh, good girl. Alright, but I'm gonna give some love to my dog. I think she deserves it. She has been waiting for me under my table for a long while. And now it's her turn to get some love. Alright. Have a great day, traders and non-traders, if there's non-traders out there. Have a great one. I'll see you the next time. Guzzle is out. A good one. Bye-bye.